Hey, how you doing? What is going on? Well, today my replay gang. We're gonna play a couple of songs before we start the show. So at any point in time, you can fast forward this and get straight to the show or enjoy the music. Okay? All right. Let me just welcome you guys.
Yo, how you doing? Glad you came through. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where we have fun. Grab your friends and dance along. Join the party all night long. Get ready for a ride. Buckle up, hold tight. We're gonna ignite. Shake your body to the rhythm. Let the music take control. When the beat drops, you better lose control. We're here to make memories, create an unforgettable night. Forget about your worries. Let's spread the love and shine so bright. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where the energy is high. We're gonna dance till the morning light. Feel the music, let it flow through your legs. Come on, everybody, let's have fun.
Hey, Miss Rod.
Hey, y'all.
I wanna be the best in the game, invest in my name. Check no restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain. I ingest, I retain, assess and I change. Possessed by the thought I'll be free one day from society's restraints. Money, clout and fame, mud, disease, a plague. We all love to hate, have to play the game, have to make a name. All our insecurities are on display. This is war with the enemy, think that it was meant to be. Living in a time where disease is on every screen. I won't let them fester me, I know most are festering. Negativity is a plague for the mentally weak. No mercy, all I got is working. Never stop searching, never quite so thirsty. I'm toxic and psychotic, with this logic you can't stop it. It's been chronic since I was a boy, so neurotic and chaotic.
I'm built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the cast, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grief and put your foot on the gas. No, never stop competing, yeah.
yes, I'm on it. I just wanna be iconic. Sipping on a gin and tonic. Got me going off when I'm on this topic, yeah. If I ever play, I want it. You know that I'm always honest. Stay away from those who are toxic. Keep them out your face, no way, you don't want it, yeah.
Don't try to drain my energy. The enemy is everything. It's mentally, unhealthily, spreading like a rare disease. But I won't let it get to me. I don't need your therapy. I can leave a legacy of leading by intensity. Come on, we can fight this. Freedom is priceless. Spread just like a virus. Living in a crisis. Do you feel courageous? Do you see greatness? Trust me, you can take it. Go on and take your aim. Yeah.
Built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the gas, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grave and put your foot on the gas. No, never stop competing, yeah.
Hey, y'all. Hey, Spice, Miss Rod. Hey, Lakeisha. Hey, Larry. Hey, Jack. Now, today, we got to go back down. They had Juneteenth, right? Juneteenth. And, I had a little event, but I usually don't participate in them events, right? I don't participate in the Martin Luther King events, Juneteenth events. I don't usually do it because if you're gonna celebrate the event, then you must tell the truth. Like, I got one event that did it the right way that I went to, right? That's when we literally went to the beach where a lot of the slaves jumped in the water. It was like a port, and some made it and some jumped in that water, and they have chosen the water over being a slave, right? So we got to honor them, and we got to honor the ones who came, because the ones who didn't jump, we wouldn't be here, right? We would not be here. But, there's always an argument all the time who had it worse. We both had it worse. But I'm going to show today what happened to the females and what happened to the males, right? And I want to show you how I keep saying we are sick as a people. We are sick as a people. And we're doing everything else but healing ourselves. And being that we are sick as a people are making profit of our sickness. They're making profit, as in seek a spiritual guidance, get a master teacher, no. And they're making profit, they're making cults, they're doing everything. Yeah, exactly, Miss Rod. Exactly. But the problem is, if we're going to talk about it and celebrate them days, then we must talk about all of it, right? But you know what they do? So what society does is call it a unity day. We are the only people, when it comes down to our holidays and all the things that happen to us, everybody want to call it a unity day. It's not a unity day, damn it. It is not for us to come together. What happened? You got a Martin Luther King Day. They only want to talk about his speech. I have a dream. No, what happened? What happened? What was going on at that time that the man was fighting? It don't start and end at no damn letter, I had a dream, and because of the segregation. Tell me what happened. And I see a lot of people, because they in communities, and especially like big city communities, that, hey, Nick, they don't, they're around so many people, they're scared to even tell the truth because somebody's feelings is going to get hurt. Even with Juneteenth, it was like 4 different events by me. Not one, besides this other one I go to, but that's not my event though. But that's the only one I really respect. They go down by that water and they pay respects to the people who jumped into the water. Right? And then let me see which one I'm going to do first. Right? I don't know if I'm gonna start with the men or the women. Right? Okay, oh, I guess I got the men here first, so I guess I'll start with the men. Right? That's here first. So I don't understand where, and this credit goes out to black journals. Black journals. The credit goes out to black journals. Right? See, men and women went through the same thing. The psychological damage that has been done to us is never a time in history where we fixed it. We just kept moving. Only thing black people know what to do is to keep moving on, keep moving forward, keep moving forward, keep moving forward. Till today, all we could do now is disrespect each other. Oh, you Dusty. Oh, you 304. We never took time. We never took the time because we were never really able to love one another because of all the extreme hostile environments that we were in. We never took the, we had to keep moving. We had to keep doing the things that will keep us alive. And that's eating and having some place to rest our head, right? But they always had to keep running, keep moving, keep running, keep moving. The men could never be fathers to their kids, and the women were never able to be good mothers to their children. So even though I was watching this show today, and it breaks my heart when men go, well, not all women, not all women. So if she act like this, then I have the right to treat her like this. I have the right. That is the most disgusting thing that I have ever heard. What's up, word? You had a good show yesterday, man. You be doing your thing. You be doing your thing, my brother. Right? Anytime you hear a man, that is the most disgusting thing. Like, even if you know that woman ain't right, she's not your woman. Even if you know that woman is, let's say, a 3 or 4, as you call her, if you're not messing with them, why do you care? Like, what gives you the right to call her all types of names and she did nothing to you? That would be her life. All we do is keep hurting each other. That's all we do over and over and over and over is keep hurting each other and giving an excuse why we can call women itches and treat them. Well, I'm gonna treat them how they are, but these are the good women. But being that these, no, that's why we ain't never gonna heal as a people. We ain't never going to heal as a people because we never learned how to love ourselves and each other. That we think it's okay to see how somebody live and treat them. No, that's on you. However, how that person is living their life, in the minute you take it upon yourself and figure it's okay to treat them a certain way, that will be on you. And you are still going to have to answer to that. Just like women too. You don't have the right. If that man is, I see men all the time who do not work, who life is not about nothing. That don't mean I should kick dirt in his face and call him names and call him up. That's not my man. That's his life. When I see him, I still go, hey, how you doing? Respectfully, and I keep it going. Nobody has the right to assume that because they're not in a position, them people could save your life too, right? So now I'm going to get into the men, then I'm going to get into the women. And people thought I was harsh when I say we need to separate. Yes, we need to separate and start over. Like I said, if you got a mate already, stay with your mate. If you're doing good, I'm talking about all the people that is hurt. If you stop looking for stay by separate, so we have to reset ourselves as Black people. We have to reset ourselves. That's what we got to do. Because there is no time in history they would say, hey, we was doing good as Black people then. No, show me a time in history where all the things that happened to us that we took time out to heal ourselves from all the stuff that happened to us as a people. I will wait. I will wait. When did the women who got abused so bad, when did women take time to heal themselves? When did the men who was also psychologically damaged, when did you see, where is the time in history? I was looking for this other one too, for the uppities that was in Los Angeles. Do you know it was a time in Los Angeles that these Black people, these uppity Black people, they really thought they was white, and they didn't want the Negroes coming. They didn't want the Negroes coming. We do everything but help each other. We do everything but say a loving, kind word to each other. That could be the major thing of helping get us out of this trauma that we are in. So let's go.
History's darkest shadows, there lies a painful truth that we must confront. Within this harrowing tale, we discover the unimaginable suffering endured by African men who were enslaved and subjected to the unspeakable whims of their white masters. In this video, we will uncover 5 chilling and heart-wrenching ways in which these men were forced into unimaginable acts of indecent exploitation, their sense of worth and dignity trampled upon in the name of dominance and control. Before we get right into the video, please smash the like button and subscribe to the channel to keep informed of our eye-opening Black narrative. Number 5. Rape. One significant aspect of the abuse experienced by enslaved African men was the rape committed by male slave owners, merchants, and overseers. These acts occurred both in the United States and in the Caribbean, where the slave system was prevalent. Enslaved men were often raped on ships during the transatlantic journey, as well as at secret sex farms and seasonal plantations owned by homosexual slave owners. Due to the pervasive social norms of the time and the existing power dynamics, these men faced numerous barriers to reporting their abuse. They often hesitated to voice their experiences, fearing retribution, further punishment, or being disbelieved. Furthermore, the notion of enslaved men being raped by other men, especially those who were married or had multiple partners, was met with skepticism and disbelief by society. Lack of physical evidence further compounded the issue. Unlike enslaved women, who could become pregnant as a result of sexual violence, enslaved men did not bear visible physical signs of abuse or the ability to conceive. This lack of tangible evidence contributed to the dismissal and disbelief of their experiences. Despite these challenges, accounts and testimonies have emerged to shed light on the extent of
These
the
videos
indecent
also to show you how we are still sick people, right? What's up, beautiful queen? We are still sick
Greetings,
people.
beautiful queen. How are
Now,
you?
I'm good. And I also want to show you guys, you keep waiting for your respirations. It's not coming no time soon. Right? It's not coming
Nope.
no time soon. You wanna know why? I told you guys before. Why did I tell you it's not coming?
I didn't hear you say that. I'm just agreeing with you saying, with I don't think that it's gonna come, not even no time soon. I don't think that we'll see it in our lifetime, if
Oh,
ever.
we're gonna receive it, but why you think we're not gonna receive it?
Because every time that we're supposed to get something like that, it never takes fruition. It never comes into fruition. It's always talked about, it's always about to do, but it never gets done.
Okay. Now, I told you it's not gonna come now because it's this thing called, see, the things that they told us centuries ago, up until when we thought that it was funny, they did that for a reason, right? Y'all all heard of the one drop rule, right? One drop rule
Right.
means if you got one drop of black blood in you, you are black, right? Now remember, you can marry who you want to marry. You could be with who you want to be with. But let's go back. I did a whole video on that. Let's go back to the $5 Indian. Y'all remember the $5 Indian? Meaning, being that we have mixed so much by design, that's who's gonna get it. The one drop.
Right.
Because the minute, that's why they have all of you guys taking these ancestry tests, right? So that's why if you even look at these times, right? They all have a one drop in them. Even if it was just that one drop, they needed that one drop for the melanin just to survive, for the
Right.
melanin, and they also needed it for your reparations. Because, baby, once they go get that thing done and they got your bloodline there, that one drop. So even though it's been done by design, but they're gonna make sure it's enough of them that reparations is gonna turn into a white man. It's gonna turn into the white man. Right? Yeah,
Right.
yeah, I know.
All the white tees gonna be getting the reparations instead of the
Because
black.
because of the one drop rule. And that even goes back, even the people who've been raped and stuff, and he had these babies, even if the child, especially if the child come out looking Caucasian, it's going to be raised with the Caucasian family, and then next you know it's going to stay Caucasian. It would never know. It would never know it has that one drop in it. So when they still start doing the reparations, everybody gonna line up. You're gonna figure who it go to. Just like the $5 Indians. They were not born Indians, they paid themselves. Hey, it's $5. I'm an Indian. Right?
I never heard of that, sugar. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, that's right. That's not on this channel, but I play that's on my Sugar Cube channel or Babe's channel. I'll be forgetting the name of it. But and we go through stuff on that on the other channel, right? But people be like, yeah, because see, it's so many people here now. Who do they give it to? You have a bunch of people now who I ain't black. When the restoration come, now I'm black. So to eliminate all of that,
Right.
all that big money is going to go to the one drop. Because remember, y'all agreed. Y'all all came to an agreement that one drop means you are black. Everything, I'm going to keep trying to tell y'all. Y'all can say what y'all want to say. I really don't care what y'all say because I look at what's going on right outside of me. I look what's going on exactly in the world. I see what's going on.
Right, sugar.
The most proof that I need. I don't need to read no book. I just look and see what is going on. So if you keep hearing them speak upon it, oh, everybody, oh, I don't like the black woman. You don't have to like the black woman. But guess where your reparations is going? You figure, well, they're my kids anyway. They're all black. Well, okay. But you ain't won't be getting it. Like I said, people could be with whomever they want to be with. That's not the problem. But you don't forget you have forfeited your respirations. Because it's going to go to the, what they say, the ones who you'll never know. We got a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look how long it took for people to realize that Slash from Guns N' Roses is a black man. Look
Right.
how people still did not know. I mean, I knew.
I think that Clark Gable was black too.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's where your respirations is going, to people like that. So the real people who suffered in slavery is what I'm saying. You're not getting it. You gave up your inheritance. You think you can't trick the people who wrote the fucking game.
Baby,
Don't
like
worry about
Esau, they gave up their rights, their birthrights.
Well, they didn't give up the birthrights, technically. It went the way God said it was going to go, right? God already had told Rebecca this was what's going to happen. She didn't give it up.
He sure did.
No, he didn't.
Story tonight again.
No, he did not. It went the way God said it was going to go. He said, he told Rebecca, the young, the old shall serve the younger one. So only thing we saw is how it played out. But he didn't give it up. That's just God already had set in stone this was going to happen. So if it didn't play out that way, then God's words would never have been God's words. But even who, you gave up all our forefathers that was here, their family line, being that we don't even like to respect the family line. We don't even like to respect that we're black. We don't like to even respect our people that were here already, right? We thinking it's so much of a new time. So now people fight forever. But you think they didn't know? Why didn't they give our forefathers a package deal when they sent them on their way? Why do you think they didn't do that? Why do you think the minute they didn't say you are free, here's your package deal, goodbye? Every other country, they have bombed up. They like, here, we the only people. They said you free. There wasn't like, okay, here's your couple of hundred. Remember, a couple of hundred back then is a lot of money. Here's your couple of hundred. Here's your couple of hundred. Here's your couple of hundred. Bye. Why are we in 2024 fighting for something? First of all, guys, they're looking at us. They're looking at us. The men don't like the women. The women don't like the men. Like, we can't come together for shit, right? We can't even come together. We don't even like each other.
And
We're
I will
trying to prove
that they're the same way, but they put on a united front. That's the only difference between us and them. They feel the same way about their women, but they will put on a united front by all means necessary to get the agenda taken care of.
They don't have to like each other. Like a lot of the European people, they don't have to. The gold, they worry about the gold. No, none of them likes each other.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. But we don't understand. That's the thing we don't understand. right? But the thing is, they like each other enough to secure the goal, secure the
Right.
package. We cannot do that. We sit up here and make money off of each other, talking about 304 is this, and that's it's and woman this, and woman that, and the man this, and the man that. They sit back laughing at us. That's all they have ever done is sat back and laugh at us. That's all they do is laugh at us. Now we're in 2024. At the 2023, hip hop has been out 50 years. Now all of a sudden, oh, the Latinos helped create it. No, the fuck you did not. See, I was there. Nigga, you wasn't the only one, right? And you wasn't the a lot of
Right.
us was there.
Right.
And then we know for again, this I have to speak New York talk right now. It's different boroughs in New York. They want to keep it as to the Bronx. What happened to Brooklyn? What happened to Queens? What happened to Staten Island? What happened to Harlem? Like we exist too. So
Right.
we would have known if it was inspired by anything but black music. We would have known. We was technically doing the same thing. We was all beating and doing, we was all doing that already. But they're not going to speak to the other boroughs because they have to say it influenced it. And we would know, because you know why? Majority of us, which they don't want to say, now I'm not going to speak New York talk, I'm going to speak this type of talk. We started off there and we migrated, right? So our majority of all our ancestors are from the South, right?
Yep.
Because I remember back in the days, she said, I know how to freeze frame. Back in the days, every summer, you went to go visit a family member, you went on down south, right? You went on down south. Or if your southern cousins wanted to come, but every year, somebody got a Carolina on. Everybody got family in the South, right? Even this guy today, he from LA, and he was talking about not the battle, but the Kendrick Lamar thing, and they were still trying to say everybody wanted that 2024. Now everybody got to say so in hip hop, right? And he said it the way I've always said it. He they was trying to make it seem like he was from New York because of the way he's talking about it, so passionate. He was like, nah, I'm born and raised in LA. He said, they're my cousins in New York.
Right.
Right. And I'm like, he's absolutely right. Two other main people, it's a lot of other ones, but two of the main people from the East Coast, they just happen to move. Why? Because we got family members all around. Ice-T would be one, and Tupac would be the other one. People don't realize.
Yeah.
Tupac, Ice-T comes from where? He born in New Jersey. He's a Jersey Knight. But he colors, right? But them all, so that's why in the beginning of hip hop, before again they tore us apart, that's how we synced it. But nobody don't want to talk the truth. They want to make it seem like it was a separation. We were not. We just they promised us a better life here, promised us a better life there, and a lot of them could not take the look to stay in that place. They didn't want to, they couldn't take staying in that
it was
scenery on that plantation. Exactly. Right.
They wanted new scenery, fresh start for their family. So they migrated.
And some, was more jobs out there in the East. Remember, they started coming to the East before they went to the West. Now, I got to find that video because the ones that went to the West was a little bit snooty. There was a lot snooty booty. Hey, Universe, what's up, baby? There was a lot.
They was bad and bougie.
Snooty booty. They wasn't bad and bougie yet. They was snooty booty. Right? And then they But we don't want these Negroes coming. Like, did you look in the mirror? But anywho, I'm gonna find that one. But again, show me a time after all of this we went through that we ever healed to the point that we have now created a gender war when these videos I show you that everything happened to us as a people. And even that stinking Maron, whatever his name is, people keep thinking, oh, this don't exist. That this doesn't exist no more. That doesn't exist no more. Yeah, I know we make a lot of bad choices, but that's not the system. People confuse our bad behavior for the system. Them are two different
Absolutely.
things.
Yep.
Them are two totally different things. Can we do better? Yeah. Can we stop murking each other? Yes. Can we treat each other better? Yes. But that doesn't mean the system is going to change because we become better people. The system have always been there,
Right.
whether you good people or bad people. It was one point in time a lot of us wanted to be uppy. They didn't get no damn where.
Nope.
They didn't get nowhere. They was getting beat on, arrested too. They was hung too. You know, when they stop you, they don't ask you educated or not. When you driving
Either
out of town,
in their eyes, you still strange fruit.
hmm so like I said, these things has happened to us as a people. I love the black man. They just some of them are making it really hard, right? But I still love them. But we're gonna might have to love them from afar, right? From afar,
Right.
right?
Right.
Because they don't understand, all of these things that they are doing. But I get it. They've been psychologically damaged, also, and they have never received help. Neither. None of us have.
You
Remember, when
absolutely
they brought us here, it was different tribes, right? It was different tribes that they bought. They didn't even speak the same language. How am I supposed to love you? What if, but for the day before you
correct.
took us, our tribe was fighting. Now all of a sudden, I'm supposed to like this
You
person,
got to say that.
right? So again, you didn't have even really enough time to truly love. A man didn't have time to truly be a man to his woman because he wasn't considered a man. A woman couldn't be a woman. What was we, 3/4 of a freaking human being? How can you be a man to your woman and you're considered property just as long, just as much as me? And then I
Right.
heard the most smartest person on here, what's his name? I'm just joking. I know I'm very sarcastic. Uh, Marquette from Sinner, Satan, Satan says, "Oh yeah, we're to get the black people back in order. You got to get the woman back in order, nigga. We was never in order. Show me." But anywho, this is Juneteenth, and I this is I like to show things around these times. So this is with the men, and I'm gonna do the women and do the men, and y'all can see we're supposed to be loving each other, not making videos about women being bitter, the black woman is, if you know we went through this, nigga, we can't be more loving to each other.
Right.
We can't give each other grace. Y'all was never the leaders. Y'all really never had a household.
Nope.
I don't blame them though. See, that's the thing. Stop acting like we don't know, which I never did or could never do. Now we
Exactly.
was forced to get together that can excel. Women never had a role because as we was being your wife, we was being the master side piece in the way we was treated.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all gonna see let's go. Today is a learning day. Today is one of them teachings that I didn't want to do this on this channel, but probably done on another channel, but F it. Let's go.
Exploitation endured by enslaved African men. These narratives reveal that many of these men were forced to engage in sexual acts with their masters' wives when the masters were absent. White mistresses, often driven by notions of racial superiority and the desire for physical pleasure, would exploit the physical strength and physique of African male slaves for gratification. Number 4. Buck breaking. The practice known as buck breaking was a particularly cruel and sadistic method employed by white supremacists and slave owners to assert dominance, humiliate, and subjugate enslaved men. Buck breaking was prevalent in the Caribbean and other parts of the Americas where slavery thrived, especially during periods of increased slave rebellions. The objective of this brutal practice was to strip enslaved men of their dignity, emasculate them, and instill fear among the slave population. By subjecting them to public sexual abuse, the white oppressors sought to degrade these men both physically and psychologically. The process of buck breaking typically began with the public humiliation and physical punishment of the enslaved man. Stripped naked, he was subjected to severe floggings in front of an assembled crowd, which often included other slaves. This public spectacle served as a means to dehumanize and debase the individual, reducing him to a mere object of amusement and terror. Following the flogging, the enslaved man would be raped by a white man, often the slave owner or a designated buckbreaker. This act of sexual violence was intended to assert dominance over the enslaved individual, reinforce the power dynamics of slavery, and send a chilling message to other slaves who dared to challenge their oppressive conditions. The accounts of enslaved individuals who survived this horrifying ordeal reveal the immense psychological trauma they endured. Sons were forced to witness the brutal rape of their fathers, forever scarred by the harrowing image of their patriarchs being reduced to
Hey,
objects of
Angela.
sexual abuse. One notable account that sheds light on the practice of buck-breaking comes from the narrative of Frederick Douglass, a prominent abolitionist and former slave. Although he did not personally experience buck-breaking, he witnessed its occurrence and eloquently described the brutalities inflicted upon enslaved men in his autobiographical works. His story, Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, an American Slave, provides a compelling first-hand account of the dehumanization and exploitation endured by enslaved African men. Harriet Jacobs, another enslaved African-American woman, penned Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, which also exposes the sexual abuse inflicted upon male slaves. While she does not explicitly mention buck-breaking, she speaks to the systemic and pervasive nature of indecent exploitation within the institution of slavery. The devastating consequences of buck-breaking cannot be understated. Enslaved men who underwent this traumatic experience often faced long-lasting physical and psychological effects, including depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and a profound sense of shame and emasculation. Many chose to end their lives, while others attempted to escape the horrors of slavery, never to return. Number 3. Breeding farms.
Listen to
During the
this.
time of the abolitionist movement, when efforts were being made to curtail the transatlantic slave trade and emancipate enslaved individuals, plantation owners faced a significant challenge. The reduction in the number of slaves being imported and the rise of abolitionist sentiments led to a shortage of labor on plantations. Desperate to maintain their economic interests and meet the market demands for their produce, plantation owners resorted to creating breeding farms. Breeding farms were specifically designed to exploit the sexuality of enslaved African men. These men, chosen for their physical strength and reproductive potential, were subjected to unimaginable sexual abuse. The conditions on breeding farms were abhorrent. Enslaved men were made to engage in sexual acts with multiple women every day, with the
Listen.
aim of increasing the likelihood of impregnation. This systematic breeding of slaves often forced incest upon slave families. Slaves were given hoods or bags over their heads to keep them from knowing who they were having forced sex with. It could be
You hear this? You hear this?
I
Now,
hear it.
y'all gonna know, I mean, a lot of y'all should know, but this is where the term mother effer comes from. Right, you motherfucker. This is right here is where that term comes from.
Horrible.
Someone they know, perhaps a niece, aunt, sister, or their own mother. The breeders only wanted a child that could be sold. This disturbing practice naturally broke the psyche of slave families, as this forced incest tainted the boundaries they kept with family. While specific dates and names regarding individual breeding farms may be difficult to obtain due to the nature of slavery, there are accounts and testimonies that reveal the existence of such establishments and the heinous acts perpetrated within them. These testimonies provide us with glimpses into the dark realities endured by enslaved African men. For example, in the memoir,
And again, until we heal ourselves, this is what we still see today. Fathers are touching their daughters. Hey,
Right.
Demore, even with the show I showed you guys the other day, the only difference is there's no bag over the head, because again, they had the women and just laid out, right? And her hands are shackled. I don't know if they're gonna show it here, but I've seen it before. But this is how they do it. But these studs, as they call studs, right? And they just lay there, and the man just so, and a lot of them girls were, some of them were virgins. That was to break them in, right? And then some of them, they knew your men's cycle better than you. I keep telling
Right.
you, the black men don't even follow the woman men's cycle, but them Caucasian men did. That's a shame, right? They knew exactly when she was ready. They lay her ass on that wooden fucking, it's like a bunch of different slots. And she laid there shackled because she can't move, because, what if he's too big? What if he's too rough? She cannot move, right? And then all you do, even though the man, it's disgusting, the man, but he still gets a oof after it, right? So again, we just, like I said, until we heal ourselves, it's in the DNA. We keep following them same patterns, right?
our narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, an American slave. Douglass mentions witnessing enslaved men being forced to engage in sexual acts, highlighting the dehumanizing nature of their experiences. Another account of slave breeding was detailed by a man named Charles Ball, who was enslaved in Maryland during the early 19th century. Ball provides a first-hand account of the horrors of the slave breeding system in his memoir, Slavery in the United States, a narrative of the life and adventures of Charles Ball. He describes the cruel separation of families, with children torn from their parents' arms and sold off to distant plantations. Such wrenching scenes unfolded in numerous breeding farms across the South, where the basic rights and dignity of enslaved individuals were systematically violated.
How do celebrities like Justin Bieber and the
A plantation owner from South Carolina, operated one of the most notorious slave breeding farms known as Butler Island Plantation. Located on the Sea Islands, this plantation stood as a chilling symbol of the commodification of human life. Butler openly engaged in the business of slave breeding, viewing enslaved individuals as mere chattel to be bought, sold, and bred at will. The suffering and dehumanization inflicted upon those unfortunate souls who endured life on Butler Island serve as a haunting testament to the depths of human cruelty. While historical records may be limited, the narratives and testimonies of formerly enslaved individuals provide invaluable insights into the horrors they endured. Frederick Douglass and Charles Ball, whose narratives were previously mentioned, provide powerful accounts of the indecent exploitation faced by enslaved African men and women. Their writings offer first-hand perspectives on the dehumanizing practices perpetrated by white slave owners, including forced sexual encounters and the resulting emotional and physical traumas experienced by the victims. Number 2. castration, and genital mutilation. Enslaved African men were seen as a constant sexual threat to white masters due to their strength, vitality, and potential to challenge the hierarchical power structure. The fear of rebellion, coupled with the perceived sexual prowess of African men, fueled the white master's desire to exert control over their bodies and eliminate any potential threats to their authority. One of the most abhorrent methods employed was castration, which served as a form of punishment, subjugation, and psychological control. Enslaved men were often castrated in response to alleged sexual transgressions, such as being caught in bed with a white master's wife or daughter. This brutal act aimed to emasculate and dehumanize the individual while asserting the dominance of the white master.
Now, can you imagine? Like I said, you can date whomever you want to date and be with whomever you want to, right? But they said to say that all of these women are better. Look what was done to you. So now these things are
Right.
not being done to you for looking at their women. But see, the game is still on you because they're gonna make sure, okay, we know you like them or whatever, but we're gonna send them to you once you're rich, right? Once you're rich, we send
Yep.
it to you. Because we know for a fact that almost 90% of when a Caucasian woman have a child by a black man, the child usually go for another Caucasian man, right? So they're gonna water your shit all the way down. So they don't even care if you give them a kid because they don't care about now. They care about the future generations and that one drop that you gave them, so they can get your reparations, right? Right. So they can get your reparations. Now, usually, when it's a white woman, when there's a black man having a baby by a Caucasian woman, a lot of times they usually go to the black side. But usually, it depends, right? So it's a lot of times you go right to white side because that's who you're raised around, right? Y'all don't got snoozy boozy. Y'all don't. Oh, we don't see color, and then y'all tend to do better. So now when they go to schools, it'll be a majority of kids. So at that point, the kids, until they're teased or something, kids are kids, right? They don't know that. So that's why they fall in love with each other as they should. They don't really see the racism until somebody like they get hit. You're black, right? you know, you're black, right? Right. Then it's like, oh, then their world goes through a whole tailspin, and they're like, wow. Then now you got to have that talk with them. But up until then, they're raised around Caucasian people, so that's who they connect with. So they usually end up getting a Caucasian boyfriend or girlfriend, right? Even though us in the
Right.
ghetto, right? So the people in the ghetto, like, well, you don't like the black people. No, has nothing to do with they turned against their own people. They have never been around their own people, but it's by design. It's by design. So like when you see a lot of these athletes or whatever, we're mad because they don't have black women, because once they got out, once they sent their men, their women, oh, you want the women? Go get them,
Mhm.
right? But make sure they got some money or whatever. And then now they're in the prep schools and prep academies, so they are not around. And but so many rich, beyond
Right.
rich people
Right.
that's in the same school with them. So you may see a couple of them sprinkled out, but it's majority Caucasian. So that's who you be around. That's who you know. So that's like somebody like LeBron. He's in whatever school he go. How many black girls in there? Like how many black girls
Right.
people is their
Right.
neighbor? Right. So we gotta have them
You
getting
know Kobe
chosen
because
white
what
girl. Huh?
Penny? Even with Kobe, because didn't he grow up in Germany or somewhere like that?
Kobe
Like,
started out in Philadelphia, and then
okay,
and then they his father got draft picked and they went to Italy, right? But again, and then his first girlfriends were black, right?
okay,
But then he again, they say like this: we got to keep the money in the
in the
house,
family, right?
right? So, gone girls, gone get them, right? And the poor black guys don't know no better, right? They don't know no better, or they do know, but this is what they have to do: is either or, right? So we get the
Right.
boss. So people keep thinking black women. No, they designed that for the rich black men, not really for y'all poor black men. Y'all ain't got nothing to offer. It's like y'all keep sticking y'all nose in rich people business. Ain't got nothing to do. Down
You
to
are
the
not a part of this team.
ain't got nothing to do with you. But you see a bunch of black men here and the black women. Listen, it's different stages to this. That's
Is
why
levels to
we
this. Is
should not
levels
pay
to
them.
this.
Yeah, not levels. What's the word I'm looking for? How they say it in England? It's different classes, right?
Right,
Different
right,
class.
right.
It's different. We're in the same class. Your child support probably $10 a month compared to 10,000 a month for somebody else. It
Mhm.
wasn't designed for you. And y'all want, oh, look how he getting all his money. Because it was designed for them rich people and stuff like that. Wasn't designed for you. If somebody take you to child support, they're not getting nothing. Shut up, right? They always sticking their nose like they
Talking
food.
about gold diggers and they ain't got a lick of gold.
Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm.
Historical records and personal testimonies provide chilling accounts of the castration of enslaved African men. For example, in 1822, an enslaved man named Cato was castrated in Georgia after being accused of having an affair with a white woman. Such acts were not isolated incidents, but rather widespread practices that aimed to instill fear and deter any resistance. Enslaved men who demonstrated leadership qualities or were involved in rebellious activities were particularly targeted for castration. By stripping them of their reproductive abilities, white masters sought to undermine their authority and diminish their perceived threat. Men who organized and led slave revolts or rebel groups were labeled as women in an attempt to degrade and demoralize them. The castration and
See, we didn't call y'all women first. They did, right?
mutilation of
We
African
didn't call y'all bitches first. They did. Right, but let's
Right.
go.
men served to crush their spirit, strip them of their pride, and erase their sense of identity.
Mm-hmm.
These acts were meant to assert white dominance and control over the bodies and sexuality of enslaved individuals. By targeting the reproductive capabilities of enslaved men, white masters aimed to diminish their role as fathers, husbands, and protectors within their communities. Further,
Which again, I keep telling you, history speaks for itself. And when you look around, it's the same shit.
Yep.
Every
Nothing new under the sun.
we all thought these they was transgendering the men back then.
Yes, they was. By the
Hey,
way, I hate that word buck breaking because my abuser loved to say that word buck breaking. So it does something to me, but I'm holding on. I'm listening.
that's part of history though. And we may not like that he said it, but it's
Right, right, right. I'm trying to separate the trigger, you know?
yeah, yeah. So again, all the things that they're doing now, they just found other ways to do it. But they been was doing it to you, black man. They
Right.
been was doing it to you.
Beginning. You on mute, trigger.
Yeah, I was on mute for a second. Yeah, so they was
further destabilizing familial and social structures. Number 1. Entertaining sex. Throughout the history of slavery, white supremacists, wealthy merchants, and aristocrats frequently treated enslaved men as sexual objects, denying them agency over their own bodies and reducing them to mere instruments of pleasure. These men were stripped of their dignity and humanity, forced to endure a wide array of sexual abuses and acts of degradation. One particularly degrading practice was the public display of enslaved men's bodies for the amusement of white viewers. These men were often made to line up naked, their sexual organs exposed as they were scrutinized, laughed at, and discussed by their white masters and spectators. This blatant objectification served to reinforce the notion of African men as subordinate, lesser beings, and perpetuated a culture of white dominance and black subjugation. Enslaved African men were also subjected to forced sexual acts with enslaved women, often under the guise of entertainment. In these extreme cases, an enslaved man would be forcibly made to engage in sexual intercourse with an enslaved virgin in front of a white audience. This grotesque spectacle aimed to satisfy the voyeuristic.
And then when these men, oh, I want a virgin. We couldn't be virgins in peace.
Nope.
It was a crime to be a virgin. It was a crime. And again, why this means something? Because it's, even though the men are abused here, right? But as most of the time, it still involves a woman, right? Even buck breaking, or
Right.
either just now, can you imagine the torture that young girl had to go through, getting her cherry busted in front of a whole group of people?
Nope.
Can you imagine the trauma, right? And then they have to keep making these babies. What type of mother do you think they're going to be? Right? This is why so many secrets. Man, we are not that far removed from slavery. There is no point in time where we've had to process all the things that happened to us. So what happened is we took on the bad behavior.
Mm-hmm.
We took on the bad behavior because where was we going to go to process this? Right? Where was we going to process learning how to be a mother? There's a lot of relationships that are tumultuous between, like, people, depending on how old you are.
Yeah.
It'll be like your mother, your grandmother, and how your grandmother and your mother. And none of us, a lot of us always think about me so much. They never go back to the time where grandma was born. Like, what happened? That would give you
Um,
a sense
that's
of,
yeah, it's only a few. I would say I'm one of those, and it has cost me a great deal. But when I tell you I'm determined, and for me, because I feel like out of everybody in my family, even though it's known, it may not be known exactly to the extent that even we're watching, but it's known, and they just go about their lives, but it affects me so much that I have to dig,
I mean,
because it's on me, so
it-
if it's affecting me in that way, I have to go searching for answers.
you can, but for the people who cannot, right? The people who cannot. The point of you going back to that time and seeing how the people lived and what could have happened to them, they would have still lived through that. That
Right.
would that would answer why they never showed love, why mama never gave you no hug. Well, no,
Mm-hmm.
like, why mother, when I mean mother, I mean like if you like your grandmother or something, because
Big
it all trickles down to us, right? It all trickles down. It all trickles down. Why women put up with a lot of shit with men? Because they finally get a chance to keep a man in the house, right? is always, the man was always taken away. So she don't care what, even till today, a lot of women don't care what they go through. Not like because she's stupid. She doesn't even understand why. Because it's the same. That what we did was continue the bad behavior.
Right.
We never. Where was we to go? It was no therapist then. Nobody didn't care. Then we still had to work. Still had to feed all them damn children. So we just kept moving forward, 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 forward. We can talk about it, but what's the purpose of talking about it and knowing to be so educated about it, but then we don't give each other no grace, right? You talk about them little hot little mamas, but if you're a man as you're supposed to be, you you don't have to indulge in that. You can still treat her with love and care. She's never had it. But being that they know you never had it, they're like women, you don't have to go over pick any old man just to have a man. But again, we never had that neither.
Right.
For a particular time when they started going to college and they had inserted the middle class people, but the men still wasn't there because they was always traveling. That's how they got them positions. The women were left there alone. And you thinking grandma's happy, but he out there with whomever. But again, we was always put in a position where we didn't have each other. We didn't have each other. So, and then the men, they're so psychological damage. Even till today, they're still trying to prove they are men, right? Remember, their manhood was taken. They just said it. They called them a woman. They called them, oh, no, you're a woman. Right. Even till today, Black men are still trying to prove. And guess what? They don't even know why. Because it's ingrained in us, right? It's ingrained. You know why? Because they heard grandpa say, I'm a man. Don't play with me. I'm a man. So what you think your kid your young son, I'm a man. So that's been passed down so much. They don't even know why they say that. Don't be yelling at me. I'm the man of the house. They don't even know why. They don't even know why. Because it was passed down from them.
Mm-hmm.
It was passed down. Even till today, they go through a frenzy. But they call it getting us back in order. And they will call it Black women mouth. No. See, again, if you don't understand the psychology, you're going to argue with these men. I'm trying to tell you, stop arguing with these men.
Right.
They don't know where that's coming from. There's no use of knowing stuff if you're not going to put what you know to use. Right?
Come on.
A lot of things you don't have to involve yourself in. Because we can't prove to them and keep arguing with them because they don't know where it's coming from. It's just been passed down. A man this, a man that, a man this, a man that. But not knowing it came because these people took your manhood from you. They demasculated you. So now the only person who can make you feel like a man would be the woman, right?
Right.
Well, a lot of that stuff they're giving us is coming from their grandfather, their great grandfather, great grandfather, right? Just like us, some of us whom was ever to be loving, who was able to be loving. It's just so bad that we couldn't be loving to our own children because we was taught to love everybody else. We was taught to love everybody else but our own kids. That's why people always go, people used to say, oh, not to me in particular, but it's just an old saying. When people, oh, your mama's so nice, and the kids are always frown like, shit, she's nice to you, she's terrible to me, right? But that's what we were taught. So a lot of problems that we are having it's not us. It's not us. Like, I'm not going to be going back and forth. Like, I don't have to keep proving to a man over and over. Like, and then they give the excuse Like, I don't understand, because these men has been humiliated by the Caucasian men again when they have brought the women there and did it with the virgin. Ain't that what you still see today? They bring them girls on
Mhm.
their shows to embarrass the shit out of them.
Yep.
And them girls are so used to, again, not knowing why, sitting there being embarrassed.
Right.
There should never be a woman on some of these shows. Nobody once Karen Samuels, the minute he changed up, and stopped talking about the men and started talking about women, his phone should never have rang. But again, we keep doing stuff without knowing why. And even if we know the why, we leave it. We just leave it right there. We don't do nothing about the why. We just leave it right there. We just leave it.
Right.
We just leave it. And then you got some people who did not have it so bad, and they escaped that they became the snooty booties. But they forgot at one point in time we was all in this bitch together. It's just certain things you escape. You would think they would come back and show these people some love or some grace, which we still
Right.
don't do today. The men don't give us no grace. Yeah, I know these women are out of control, but I don't even hold that against them. Thank you, Julie. I don't even hold that against them. You know why? Because they sexualized us from the ship.
Right.
Again, that's all. That's why people like, oh, her mama sat up there and said, because that what was taught to her. That was taught to her grandmother, right? That was taught. You got to go use what you got, to get what you want. And that was their way of getting a little bit of mercy from the
Mhm.
slave masters, or it was taken. So that made you cold towards your daughter. That made you see your daughter as not your daughter anymore. You seeing your daughter as an asset, right? It's the younger
Right.
she is, all about that. But again, it's not right, but that's how it was. I'll bring that young little girl on over here. Is she ripened? Is she all right? Is she okay? Yes, master. No, master. Yes, master. She said, yes, she's the virgin. And they snatched her. See, people, we wanna go, which again, you can do whatever you want to do. They want to go talk about ancestor stuff that got nothing to do with the shit that went down here. We got to clean up what the fuck happened to us here. I'm not saying, yeah, you want to do African spirit, go right ahead. But our mess is still dirty here. We got passed down traumas that was here, whether we like it or not. This is our history. And the things that was done to us here got us doing things that we don't even know why we're doing. That's how you break a cycle. To know this and say, what do we do about this? Right? One of the ways you break the cycle is not ripping and rapping about being nobody's wife and being submissive. Fucker, we never had no chance to be submissive. Shut up. How about that young little girl you see out there in that street? How about give her a fucking hug and show her some love? They did that back then. They didn't cast everybody away like we do now. It ain't 50 freaking videos, women this and women that, women this, women that. They know what happened to them little damn girls and made them sexually active. They knew them little girls was put out there and lined up for, which I'm going to show after this one, to satisfy these people. They had to satisfy, not only did they have to satisfy The white man had to satisfy two different men at one time. Like, goddamn. But JJ's never got a break. That was a way of living. And a lot of these mothers we see that do that, again, they don't know why they're doing it. You don't know why. A mother could have a boyfriend and let that man violate her daughter. We could say whatever that's what I would do, that would do. Look at the psychology of it. Why would she do that? Because that means that happened. That was regular in the household. Again, the man was never in the house.
Right.
So a lot of women do everything they can to keep a man. They don't care what it is, as long as he's home. That's all because we never had that. We never had that. And a lot of them sell their daughters down the river. You know why? Because their foremothers had to sell the daughters down the river. But again, what's the purpose of knowing these things and not try to make a change?
Right.
We can't look at the good part of the black people, the black part, and still love each other. Shit will always stay the same. I don't give a damn what she's doing. Everybody should be able to get some type of love some way, somehow. When instead of loving them, you teach them how to do the trade even more because it benefits you. That if you would have stopped that little young girl after she been what she been through, and somebody showed her some love and understanding, she may could have went on the right road.
Right.
But no, people saw that child as prey. And they preyed on her more and more and more and more. Either they made her a prostitute or had her in these videos, had her doing unthinkable things because they knew things happened to her when she was young. And then they want to, and then she is not disrespected for damn near the rest of her life. When people knew what happened to any of these young women from then into now, and you would have embraced them and showed them some love, they may have went the other way. Because it wasn't like,
Sugar, you on mute?
yeah, I know I'm on mute. My mom told me that a man has to be useful. These men, we at the point now, I'm sorry to say, that we got to learn ourselves. We've been through a lot of trauma, right? A lot of trauma. And y'all may not like America, because America done a lot of shit. But compared to a lot of countries, at least America, the USA, left a window where even though they did us like this, but guess what? Other women in other countries are being done the same way. Not
And
just
have
us, right?
no.
So you may not like America, but at least it gives you the freedom where you can heal yourself too. Unlike some places, they can't even get a driver's license, right? That would be
Sugar.
sort of.
When I went to Grenada, to escape for a little while and try to catch a breath from my abuse that was going on in 2020. And the people there, we were being because we were being quarantined, so I had to tell them like why I was there, why I was in their country, and all this. So there was this one lady that just kept being really rude to me, and I'm crying and I'm like, I'm here because I'm fleeing from my abuser and all this stuff. Well, when I got up in the room, I started to think she may be getting abused. And not only that, there were music videos of domestic violence playing in my room on the TV. when they would have the music videos. And I was like, this woman may either be getting abused or know someone, or it may be very popular on their island that they don't have a choice. So why should she give me grace or mercy or feel sorry for me when I'm a foreigner coming to her island to escape my abuser, and she can't get away from hers, or they can't get away from theirs, you know?
That'll be correct, right? So we may not like America too tough, but at least America gives you that rope to where you ain't gotta be bothered with no. I don't have to be bothered with you. I don't have to be married off. I don't have to have no kids. At
Right.
least America get is to the point to now we have choices where we didn't before, and a lot of countries do not have. We could take this time and heal for us, heal for our mothers, heal for our grandmothers, heal for my aunts. They never had a break. You be the break for them. You be the break for them, right? You learn how to be genuinely happy. When you see these little girls in the street, you know what I'm saying? You may not can't stop them from doing what they're doing, but just talk to them like regular people. Give them a little hug. You all right? You okay?
Right.
You could make it a 30-second conversation, but that 30-second conversation may change their lives. Because people so used to looking at them and look at that slow over that hole over there, key. Like I say, even in 2024, we're doing a lot of things that we have no, we don't know why we're doing it. We don't know why that boy, like some mothers have in sexual things, because it was, again, it was done to them. And it was a norm. It was a norm. Incest was a norm. That doesn't mean stay there. That means for me to break it, I got to get this shit out my system. If you were a little girl and it happened to you, if you was a little boy and it happened to you, you got to shake that shit out your system. But what happens is you become
Right.
more sexually active because it was activated.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for you to break the cycle, you have to learn discipline. And that is something that people don't want to do. They
Right.
don't want to learn discipline. They don't want to learn how to control themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They figure when I get that feeling, I need that actual healing. No, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't. It's okay, man. You can go celibate. Go whack in the bathroom. Go whack in your
Right.
room. You know what I'm saying? You got it. But I'm just saying that would be the only way. Then that will go for both. Remember, women bodies was used because for a lot of different reasons, right? You could
Right.
imagine knowing that most of us got here. Most of us got here, and baby, it had nothing to do with love. We here living here
Mm-hmm.
right now.
Mm-hmm.
And none of us got here from love. That's because they done had you up there and breeding, just breeding. Imagine our foremothers had us, didn't even know us, didn't even care about us, but they got pregnant. We keep thinking pregnancy is a beautiful thing. It's not.
Right. Right.
It's not. Because we got in our mind the picket fence, the man gonna be there and love us. We haven't known. A lot of us was forced to have these babies. Our forefathers was forced. Well, even wait for y'all. Hmm. So I'm gonna get to the next one. We're gonna do a little music breaky.
There's no one like me. Look in the mirror, I'm all I see. Can't be nobody else, just gotta be me. I don't pretend, I can't pretend. What you get is what you see. I love all me, that's all I can be. Just me. No imitations, no faking, just my own creation. Originality in all my steps, no need for complication. I shine bright, no need for any embellishment. I love all of me, that's my only sentiment. I'm just me, can't be nobody else but me. The world can try to change me, but I'll always be free. I love all of me, my uniqueness is the key. No one else can be me, just me. Just me. No imitations, no faking, just my own creation. Originality in all my steps, no need for complication. I shine bright, no need for any embellishment. I love all of me, that's my only sentiment. I'm just me, can't be nobody else but me. The world can try to change me, but I'll always be free. I love all of me, my uniqueness is the key. No one else can be me, just me. There's no one like me. Look in the mirror, I'm all I see. Can't be nobody else, just gotta be me. I don't pretend, I can't pretend. What you get is what you see. I love all me, that's all I can be. Just me.
Thought I couldn't rise, you thought I couldn't shine, but I'm here to prove you won't make you change your mind. I've been working hard, grinding every single day, now it's my time to shine. Watch me pave my own way. You thought I was weak, you thought I couldn't win, but I've got confidence flowing deep within. I've been knocked down, but I never stayed on the ground. Got back up, now I'm ready to bust down. No more doubts, no more underestimating me. I'm blessed, I'm strong, I'm breaking free. I've got the fire burning deep in my soul. Watch me rise up, watch me take control.
I now have writer's block. Don't worry, I'm gonna be hitting y'all with some more of them good songs. See, I got writer's block now. My writer's
Just
block.
pray on God to give it to you.
I know, right? Thank you, Julie. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the support, Julie. We appreciate you.
Woo. I got writer's block. I'm gonna write something stupid, right? Let's see what I got writer's block. All right, let's go. Hey, Miss Apples.
During the Middle Passage, laboring in the cane fields of Saint-Domingue, or doing household chores in the towns and villages of New France. These women were assaulted in every way by white males. Women's degradation was a key tenet of slavery. The French Atlantic context provides some necessary background to help explain the often brutal sexual exploitation of female slaves in Louisbourg and in the outport communities of Cape Breton, also known as Île Royale. Brought aboard the slave ship and stripped of their clothing, women were restricted to the quarterdeck during the day. There they ate their meals, washed, and danced. Slave
Hey,
traders
girly,
forced female and male slaves to
how
dance
you
because they believed
doing?
that exercise was vital to preserve the health of the enslaved. Females often danced to the music of African instruments, whereas men generally kept time to the pounding of chains on the deck. Many women crouched in shame in order to hide their bosoms. Female slaves were not put in irons since it was believed that they did not have the physical strength to revolt and take over the ship. During the day, if weather permitted, the men were kept in irons on the main deck and part of the quarterdeck. They were separated.
See, this is why I keep I stop arguing with my Caribbean brothers and sisters, right? I had to stop arguing with you guys. I don't know what part y'all don't understand. Again, we can keep saying it. We know the history, but we don't apply it. You notice this part is we're just in another spot, right? We was dropped. They had slaves all over. We are relatives, but we like to keep separating ourselves. Hey, I'm Trini, and they stick that flag there. I'm Jamaican, and they stick that flag there. Oh, I'm Brazilian. I stick my
Right.
flag there, right? I be like, until y'all know we are family, we are related some way, somehow. All they did was make different stops. They did the same exact thing. So I cannot understand when what they did was they made it seem like it was just America, so nobody don't want to understand us. When I think somebody said it was somebody that was Jamaican, and they be talking a lot of smack, right? They talk a lot of smack,
Yeah, they do.
right? But I'm not the one they're talking to. And they say when they come here, they can't relate to us because them are our problems. We ain't go through that. I said, girl, you sure you need to go check? I didn't say it to her. I didn't know it. But I'm just hearing all the smack they're talking about.
Right.
I'm like, you must not check your own history, girl. You better go back to the book.
Wait. Hold on. I'm confused. Was she actually okay?
These
I
are
know she was
different.
Jamaican, but
These are
was she actually from there? Did like she come from there? Because there are plantations all over Jamaica, and there's history literally written all over Jamaica. So I don't
well,
understand that.
a lot of
Okay.
them missed it. But when they was born,
There
I'm
is
talking about
no way that you
born
can
there.
miss that on that island.
Baby,
So she
I'm
must be
telling you, it's not a she, it's a lot. You'd be amazed. Thank you so much, Puzzle. You'd be
that's
amazed.
crazy, sugar.
It's not crazy. It is what it is. And then especially living here in the mountain, I have the same arguments all the time. These people then they claim that for some reason we think we're better than them, and how we get to
Really?
know. Girl, you better I do my research, sweetie. Yes,
Baby, I
darling.
always thought the opposite. I always thought that they thought they were better than us.
No. So they come here and they think they're gonna tell us. And I'm like, why? We all the same,
Got
right?
that tree.
We all the same. We all went through the same thing. Not us, but go check out your great 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 grandmother when they dropped. Remember this right here is in France, right? And then they didn't even get here. They dropped us all over. Stop. If we don't learn to stop the hatred amongst each other, the Trinis don't like the Guyanese or the Mexicans. I mean, the Puerto Ricans don't care for the Dominican. Do y'all know all y'all damn stop it? That's why we can't get no. They put all of this there so we can't get along as a people. So whatever language that you speak, that's whom you identify with. That works with everybody but Americans, right? Americans is only people that do not identify with England, right? That would be our native tongue. But usually other, like the Afro Latinas and stuff, they identify with the country in the language they speak. That they forgot that that's just the language that they gave you in the country, the land, not the country, the land they left you on. But that
Right.
is not your native home nor your native tongue.
Right.
The only people, only black folks that did not work with will be the American blacks, because we ain't never been to England. We don't identify with England. We just speak English,
Hmm.
right? But we the only ones that we did not identify with England, right? And that wouldn't be just American black, but we speaking upon black people. But a lot of people who come here and they speak English now, they still identify with wherever. Like if you speak German, if you're American, you still identify with your Germans, whomever.
Right.
We the only ones that know we don't know nothing about no damn England. No, and guess what? They don't like us either. But
Mm.
again, they put all these traps up in there. But I can show you the videos though. It's a lot of them coming here. And we got to put them Jamaicans in their place.
I know
Like,
that we have to put them in our place, in their place, but I never thought that they were the ones that thought that we was too good for them, for our, for ourselves, or too good for them, or whatever. Like and I guess the reason why I'm saying that is because of my experiences. For one, I don't know what it is with Caribbean women; they don't like me. And especially like when I went to Jamaica.
because you are American black. You should know why. I don't know why you have to figure that out.
I figured it out now, but at the time I didn't understand. But then I started figuring it out from my experience working with a Trini boss and getting the treatment that I got from her, and then also going back and forth. And that was a thing too. Like, even with that, within the cultures, she used to be pissed off that I used to always be in Jamaica. And of course, she's Trini. So even within that, it was a problem. So it's just really weird that the dynamics that we have within the cultures and subcultures and all of that in the Black community.
I was born into it. I am Western into the teeth. I'm born into it. Okay. I've seen all the little tricks and trades. I'm like, I'm gonna remove
Right.
myself from all of that. When I get mad, you
Exactly.
will hear the accent come all the way out. Right. I done been all
I,
over. But the thing is, they were taught not to like us. Right. These are the
mm,
things they were taught. Right. And then one of the things that taught them was when they started getting TVs in the Caribbean island.
uh-huh.
They did they only show certain shows. So they thinking we got it like that, right? They don't
Right.
have no they didn't see the ghetto. They didn't see these slave show. They didn't see none of this. All
Nor
they see is the beautiful part of LA and people living all rich. So that's what's stuck in their mind. So they're thinking you from America. All of y'all living like this. This is
which
what
is
they thought.
ironic though, because that's what we were thinking about them.
No, we did not.
I know I did when I would see
You
them beautiful
didn't.
beaches,
No,
Jamaica. I
no.
didn't, I never was like, oh my God, yes, there's ghetto towns too. I only saw the beautifulness of it, until I started watching documentaries on Bob Marley
Oh,
when I was
well,
younger.
it could be different because, like, when you're from New York, right? Like, especially in Brooklyn, that's where they come, right? That's where all of them come. So we're
Right,
around it, right? So it's different. I don't know how it is in LA, but we the melting pot of everything.
right.
Everybody come here, but hell no, they always want you to send them a damn barrel. Send us a barrel, a barrel.
Oh,
They
true,
get them.
true, true,
Every
true.
house got a
The
damn thing.
bear
You skip
thing, yeah.
that sucker way back home. hmm hmm So, but again, that's what they do, not just in Jamaica. They do that in a lot of different countries, right?
Yes.
So that's why they all think when they hear the word American, they think we all got money, right? They think as soon as you go to different countries, that's why they tell you to stay in the area where the people vacation at. Because as soon as they tell you to wear regular clothes or not, because they go get your ass, right? Because in their mind, we got it like that, right? They
Yeah.
don't they like they had like one person came from another island and then she was shocked. And they had one of the stops they made was in LA. She was shocked to see all the people sleeping in the tent. She about to pass out. Why? Because she thought everybody was rich.
Right. I
She
know
thought
when we
everybody,
went to Jamaica, my ex-husband was shell shocked. When he saw, some of the towns and the parishes and stuff, he was shell shocked. I was loving it. I was right at home. He was all acting like he didn't know what the hell he had walked into, and I was so comfortable, and I've been comfortable ever since.
I mean, a lot of people, maybe even in a lot of the Jamaican when they first started making the videos and stuff, they did show how they lived because technically it still technically looks like that, right? But
Uh-huh.
a lot has not changed in many years. It has not changed, right? They're still growing in 2024, where we done built the shit out of the USA in 2024, and them places are still like, damn, y'all still ain't got a road yet. Are y'all serious? Y'all ain't got a highway yet, for real. But anywho, right? But I'm just saying,
Right.
these are the things that was put on us to make us not like each other, to make us forget that we are
We are
all one. That's the point that I'm making, right? So they put that stigma there, right? And they said, oh, they made Jamaicans Jamaicans. We only about Jamaica, right? And then they turn on
right.
TNT and I'm Guyanese. No, baby, it's no. And they say Americans, but then when we come here, we're like, listen, we don't know what the fuck we are. All right. Neither do you. So stop it. Right. I'm trying to tell them that stop it. But again, this is the world that we live in. Because I only brought that up because you see, these people ain't even in America yet. Right? So these people will probably be the descendants of the people in Haiti. Remember, this is going on in France, right? Just like it breaks my heart when I see the Dominicans and the Haitians going at it. Breaks my heart. I'm like, y'all once was one people, but two people
Right.
went to war. Two countries went to war. So to say, hey, we're gonna stop the war, we just gonna split this bitch. We're gonna call this part Haiti, call this part Dominican Republic, and
Mm-hmm.
then we're gonna give them our language and you give them your language. And look how they go at it. I'm like, that's crazy. All right. It's crazy, but it is what it is. And as far as the bleaching with the skin, we already know why people bleach their skin. So, and that's everywhere. That's everywhere, including here. We already know the answer to that. I don't think I need to answer
Right.
that, Julie. Julie, right? Right. But what the black people don't know is you got melanin for a reason. You're stripping your melanin. Stop it. Right. So all that some all that sitting in the sun you used to do, you're taking that away from yourself now. Right? You're taking all the good things that melanin allows you to do, you're stripping it away. But carry on.
From the women by a barricade that divided the ship. Since the women's living quarters were below deck near the officers' accommodations, the officers had easy access to the woman.
Would you still go to your job if Amazon sent you a paycheck every 2 weeks?
As from the slave deck to the quarterdeck, the women had to climb stairs that passed through the officers' cabins. Women were thus subject to sexual advances, and it was typical for an officer to choose a female slave to wait on him at the table and in bed. Some crew members joined slaving voyages because they wanted free access to African women. Most seamen chose to believe the old European myth that African women were sexually permissive with insatiable sexual appetites. This common portrayal of black female slaves as licentious beings justified mistreatment of black women and the black race. Advocates of slavery maintained that black women simply could not be raped because they were so promiscuous. And ship's
This that
officers and crew
bullshit.
took full advantage of their beliefs. One young French officer reported that seamen usually selected favorites from among the women, giving them additional rations in exchange for sexual availability. These slaves, so the thinking went, also adjusted better to the journey because they bonded with the sailors. Another eyewitness, the captain of the Jeannette, a Nantes slave ship, allowed his sailors access to the slaves. Given the custom among them that each one should have a woman, when female slaves debarked from the Jeannette and thousands of other slave ships in the French West Indies, they faced further sexual abuse. By the beginning of the 18th century, there were few white women in the West Indies because white males dominated the commodity production of slave plantations.
See, now this is the part that the West Indians forget. They, I'm like, you sure you didn't check your history?
Right.
Now, what the Jamaicans is doing, the Jamaicans has now took on what the Africans allegedly, but it's not allegedly, they're now turned into a big scamming island, right? They're doing majority scams now. So when you think they're going to work, their work is to scam you, right? That's enough. That's what they have picked up on. So they're pulling up same thing the Nigerians and them do. The Jamaicans are now doing it. They want some of that scam money too. They want some of that, getting these old women to sell their houses and everything
Right.
to them. Right? I had as and it's so many of them doing it now. I have no respect for that. Even the ones that come here, I'm tired of arguing with their asses too. No, I'll be around a bunch of scammers. But I understand why people scam. They're hungry, right? They're hungry. That's why they scam. But they have now gotten so bad. Carter, shut up. They have now gotten so bad that this is what they're doing now.
Hi, Carter.
This is exactly what they're doing. So they have now, see, okay, this how not the Nigerians I'm saying, again, we gotta fix ourselves first. This is why a lot of people is getting tooken. They're getting tooken because we have not fixed ourselves from here. We want to go other places where they think you got money, but they don't like you because they were taught not to like you. And then you're gonna be making one of them videos. This is why I had to leave such and such. You'll be another one making one of them videos why I had to leave, and this is how I was treated.
Right.
Like even in the hospitals out here, it's like mainly West Indies, and I'm like, we've still related. God, why we can't get along? But again, this is something that a lot of the Afros, because what people, I keep telling you guys over and over and over again, we keep saying back in them days, they called it the Americas, right?
Yes.
So that meant we go America now. We just think of United States. We forget, Canada will be America too, right? That's North America, isn't it? Right? Did y'all forget Canada's North America? But they still live differently. But back in the earlier days, the whole section was called the Americas.
Americas.
So that would consist of North America, South America. They didn't break it down by saying North America. They didn't break it down saying South. They just said the Americas. So that would include the Spanish speaking countries.
Right.
They were considered the Americas also. But they were still treated the same. Only thing is they had us picking cotton, they had y'all picking coffee, right? They had this one, wherever it was, they had them picking. So again, we know these things, but what are we going to do to change it? It's a shame to have so much information and people be so smart but do nothing about it. Like
Exactly.
you see, like do nothing. Do nothing at all. And they want to forget we are the same people. So I'm not putting no money into your system till you respect me. I will not. I will not. I don't understand why they would do that if it's supposed to be known that they have these resources that other cultures are tapping into. Because a lot of these countries, their government is corrupt. You think America is corrupt.
Right.
They tried to feed you that America is the most corrupt. But America is not. America is just a capitalist. They just about that money, that shmoney. When you go to other places, they sell you land that got papers and everything to land that they ain't even own, right?
Exactly.
You just stop by the car, you got to pay money for that, right? It is what it is. But they only want to be your friend if they think that you have resources. If you don't have the resources and you ain't getting theirs, they ain't got nothing to give you.
Although white families had been established in the West Indies during the 17th century, the enormous growth of the slave plantation in the 18th century altered domestic arrangements and familial structures as slave mistresses and black domestic servants took the place of European wives. In combination with the disappearing white family, male slaves began to outnumber female slaves in Saint-Domingue throughout the 18th century. The smaller number of female slaves in the white and black communities of Saint-Domingue put further pressure on female slaves for sexual favors. Since female slaves had no legal standing and little status, they became susceptible to rape, sexual harassment, and some of the more sadistic forms of cruelty by whites. Unlike male slavery, female slavery had a psychophysical dimension because white men often gained sexual pleasure and gratification by inflicting physical and mental pain on enslaved women. The sexual exploitation of slave women by whites also resulted in a multitude of children. During the 1830s and 1840s, thousands of mixed-race children and their mixed-race mothers were freed in the French Caribbean. More generally, the large population of people of Afro-European descent in the Iberian Americas provided further evidence that African women were not merely units of labor, but were sexually abused by their European owners. Whether on French slave ships or in the French West Indies, female slaves became sexual victims of whites as part of a shared culture of abuse throughout the French Atlantic world. And thus it should come as little surprise that female slaves in Ile Royale were subject to rape and sexual harassment. There were 70 adult female slaves in Ile Royale, and, like other women in service, they were vulnerable to sexual exploitation by their owners. As many as 36 of the 70 women slaves gave birth to a total of 48 illegitimate children. Thus,
take a look at this obscure device because that's Elon Musk's latest invention. He has been warning everyone that artificial intelligence is advancing so fast that soon it can replace all jobs and make humans obsolete. So he developed this device to help us survive that AI threat. And he did it right here inside this building. I'm here to report on this breakthrough because, according to
In Louisbourg, 21 slave mothers gave birth to 32 children, while 15 slave mothers in the Ile Royale outports delivered 16 babies. The 34 adult female slaves who did not have children were either beyond their childbearing years, had miscarriages, or had died as young adults before giving birth. One of the clearest cases of sexual exploitation in the Louisbourg records involved Louise, a Panis slave who arrived from Quebec during the summer of 1727. Louisbourg innkeeper Jean Seigneur purchased 25-year-old Louise from Captain Pierre d'Auteuil in order to use her as a servant in his inn. Seigneur paid d'Auteuil 2 barrels of red wine for Louise, and he agreed to complete the transaction the following year with 2 more barrels of wine. By February 1728, however, Seigneur realized that Louise was 8 or 9 months pregnant and therefore unsuitable as a servant in his establishment. In Louisbourg, as in France, it was customary to discharge servant girls when they became pregnant in order to avoid public scandal. Louise had been impregnated by her former owner, and Seigneur now refused to keep her on 2 counts. She gave a poor example to his family, especially his young daughters, and he could not call on her services in his inn. Louise's rape by Pierre d'Auteuil was one of the few cases in the Ile Royale archives, composed of 750,000 documents, which describes a white male owner's sexual exploitation of his female slave. This is typical because the French archival records of the 18th century slave trade, similarly to records of Ile Royale slaves, are almost entirely silent when it comes to the sexual abuse of enslaved women. In spite of the sheer number of the 1,101,000 French slaves imported from Africa to the French West Indies from 1701 to 1800, and the ready access.
And this is a good video because even if you're Hispanic, this is a good video because it also shows you how, yeah, Jackie, this is a tragedy. This also shows you how we all are one. Like,
Right.
God, we are brothers and sisters. That's why it's showing you. Remember, when they say the West Indies, aren't all the islands right next to one another?
Yes.
They're all right next to one another. So that's why I showed this particular one, right? Because this show, before it even was in America, it was already in the Caribbean islands. Puerto Rico would be considered one of the Caribbean islands.
That's why my brain is blown back when you said
they raped the
multiple Jamaican people that they talking about. They don't know about the slavery stuff. It's all over the island.
A lot of people don't know. Maybe they skip it. Maybe they don't look at it. A lot of Hispanics did not know, and they could say they was an African American, Afro. That's when they came to the term Afro Latina. They didn't know neither.
They've never visited these places then, because I'm telling you, there is nowhere that you can go on that island that doesn't have signs of slavery and plantations. Even when I'm just walking,
baby,
it's crazy. I know.
They don't know. I live with nothing but West Indians around me.
My brain is blown back.
They would tell you they don't know. They would tell you they cannot relate. A lot of times things is in the front of a lot of people's faces.
Right.
That don't mean they look at it. That don't mean it's in their school books. That doesn't mean they talk about it. If you seen it, do you hear while you sitting in there? Do you hear them talking about slavery? That'll answer your question.
They do tours and stuff on it.
Not tours. Them sitting up in there.
Oh no,
not a tour. Just as how we Black
No,
folks always
no, no,
see that would
no,
be your answer.
no.
And that's what made
Oh
yeah,
my
Jack.
God.
A lot of places you go, they do not know what happened to them. And if they may leave it there, the tourists would know more than them. Because if they face it, then they would see that, hey, we related some way, somehow. They don't want them to do that. They don't want all the people from the different islands to get along. They don't want the Puerto Ricans to get along with the Dominicans. They don't want them to get along with the Mexican. They don't want that. Especially the Afro Latino ones. They don't want that. See? Even in El Salvador, same thing. Yeah, and it happened in all of these countries, Puzzle. But they try to keep it to where as it's just like right here. We are just more vocal about it because it happened the longest here. But as you see here, they went all the way around. They want you to think that your country belongs to you, and it does not. They want the Dominicans to think that the DR belongs to them, but it doesn't. You just was put there on that slave trade. It happened to you too, and your forefathers too. Somewhere down the line, and maybe my cousin, but they all before they dropped them in these different places. A lot of people was related. You had to say goodbye to
Yeah,
your sister, right?
yes.
Imagine when you had to say goodbye to your sister. Now you speak English. All the generations have to speak English. This generations have to speak Spanish. And when they were on that boat, they all spoke the same language. And then the Europeans that was there baked them too. That's why you have a lot of lighter skin. You got the lighter skin Hispanics
Right.
that, and you also have the Europeans, because the Europeans were there first. They would be the ones who mingled with the Spaniards. So that's why they would speak Spanish.
Mhm.
They would be considered the European Spanish. But you have some that are Afro, but again, just like some of the black people, they took on more of the Caucasian pigmentation. You wouldn't even know they're Afro. And that's why they started making people saying, okay, you black, you black, you black. And you want to say your asses too, right? But we haven't got there as a society yet. We have not gotten there as a society. But that's why I try to love everybody. Because I know. At least I take my information I know, put some action to it. But let's go.
Access of the officers to the women on thousands of French slave ships. There is little or no mention of women having sexual relations with white officers or seamen. Throughout the French Atlantic, white slave owners exploited their female slaves, including the French West Indies and Ile Royale. Slave women suffered and were coerced on two levels, from slavery itself and from males, whether black or white, slave or free. By 1730, slaves made up 4/5 of the French West Indies population, and thus the French islands had more in common with the English and Spanish islands than with the northern colonies of New
See?
France. And yet,
See?
the great majority of black slaves who were brought to New France including Ile Royale, were either born in the French West Indies or came to the colony after having been seasoned in the islands. Marie Louise, a native of Guinea, Africa, and the slave of
Hey,
merchant Louis
sis.
Jouet, was one of the most exploited slave women in the colony. Marie had 9 illegitimate children while working in the Jouet home. Slave women in Ile Royale were subject to abuse even in remote and isolated communities.
Now, look at all the different colors, all from the same mother, right?
Right.
So let's say we get separated. They separate you. Now, if this one right here was for to go with more Caucasian men, that one drop rule that she doesn't know that she doesn't know this is her sister. Same mother. So they would have been done separated these kids in the Spanish islands, right? These 3 they would have separated. And they would have had you with the more Caucasian side.
Right.
These they would have kept on the, because being that you're darker skin, they would have had you more of, even though the master know who you are, but they know if I keep you away from the darker ones, you're gonna mate with lighter ones that would drown out you being black, period. You're gonna mate with more of the darker skin ones. Even if you do mate with a lighter skin one, you will not be light as these, right? So when the slave master pull you up, they might make one of them their wives. Why? Because light as they are, for instance, if you look at Meghan Markle, right? If you look at her married to Prince Harry, being that her father is white, she came out looking more of the tone of a Caucasian lady. You could see a little
Right.
black in her. So that's why when she had Prince Harry kids, they look like they're pure white.
Right.
And if they have more kids, they're gonna be pure white after a while, because they're only gonna get white men. They're only gonna get Caucasian people. So they're gonna wash out Meghan Markle. They're gonna wash her mother skin tone. All her skin tone will never come back again. And they might be the first ones to get the reparations. They might be the first ones to get the reparations. But anywho, all right.
There were at least 31 slaves living throughout the island in such communities as Ingonish, Mira, Lorraine, Forchou, Rouvillé, Saint-Esprit, and St. Peter's. Of the 31 slaves, 16 were children born to 15 slave women from approximately 1713 to 1758.
Do not buy solar panels or any other off-grid power source before you see this do-it-yourself generator that costs 95% less and
Although the parish records for most of the outports have not survived, the fishing community of Saint-Esprit was an exception. Marie, a young black slave woman, for instance.
Now, when y'all finish this video, right, go back and get them names and see what them names are today. Right. Go back, get the names that they just said, and see what them names are today. I'm not doing it today. Y'all do the homework yourselves. Well, all the names that they just named, they're not here no more. That them countries do not exist. The names doesn't exist. Them countries exist. And this would be your Afro Latinas. Hey, Miss Leo.
Lived with her owners, Jean Perret, and his wife, Marguerite Guyon. Jean Perret had married Marguerite on 18 January 1735. She had 2 children by a previous marriage. Madeleine, The first of Marie's two children was born on 12th of May, 1743. Marie's second child, Geneviève, was born on the 5th of September, 1744, but only lived 7 days. There were at least 80 slaves baptized in Ile Royale, largely because there were no slave owners or plantation managers who opposed religious instruction of the slaves. Jean Perret's sexual abuse of Marie reflected the wide chasm in power between slave and slave owner. As was typical, few records survive about Marie, her life and personality, except that she lived with one of the most powerful fishing and merchant families in Ile Royale. The exploitation of Marie by Jean Perret and Louise by Pierre d'Auteuil had universal characteristics that went beyond boundaries, time, and space in all colonies with slaves. Annette Gordon Reed, in her award-winning book, The Hemingses of Monticello, An American Family, published in 2008, offered some provocative insights on the question of sex between enslaved women and white men. Thomas Jefferson, from 1743 to 1826, who happened to be the third president of the United States from 1801 to 1809, and the principal author of the American Declaration of Independence, inherited 150 slaves from his father and father-in-law, and had more than 150 slaves when he penned the Declaration of Independence in 1776. Over the course of his life, he had a total of more than 600 slaves. Sally Hemings, one of those 600 slaves, had 6 illegitimate children by Jefferson. Gordon Reed maintains that it was impossible for Sally to give permission for sex since there was a state of war between masters and slaves. Hence, no enslaved woman would ever have wanted to have sex with any white man. Faced with white men who showed interest in them, enslaved women, for completely sound ideological reasons, would be unwilling. Evidence that sex took place between the two, a child for example, would itself be evidence of rape. Only male slaves, according to Gordon Reed, were acceptable as female slave sex partners because men of African origin shared the same legal status and the same race. By combining years of analytical research with historical imagination, Gordon Reed attempts to understand the thinking of Sally Hemings and all enslaved women. She concludes that all female slaves, given a choice, would have avoided sex with white males. This radical historiographical perspective maintains that all slave women were placed in a compromised position, powerless against their male white owners. Marie thus had no lasting appeal to Jean Perret, other than as a sexually attractive young woman. She was expected to do all of her chores during her pregnancy, much like pregnant slave women on plantations in the French West Indies and all places where slavery was legal. Marie's work during her pregnancy may have contributed to the death of Geneviève, her second child, who died on 12th of December 1744, just 7 days after her birth. Marie, a young slave mother in Saint-Esprit, was powerless in comparison to Jean Perret, her brash and confident owner. And here's a poignant question. Were all female slaves in Ile Royale and beyond as vulnerable as Marie? There is a growing body of historical research and literature on slavery, rape, and sexual consent that suggests female slaves had cards to play, that they were able to use their sexuality to gain favors, such as improved living conditions from the hands of their masters or other whites, such as would be their master's acquaintance in some way.
Again, I'm gonna come back to this, but again, I cannot keep telling you over and over why they gotta do the damn firecrackers like we asked for it. But again and again, like I tell you again, this is the same thing that's happening today, but in a different form. Children were abused.
Right.
And they had to learn at a young age to get something, I have to do this, right? This is why you cannot get mad at a sexy red, and that's because it's in the DNA. It's in the DNA. We just don't know how to get it out of our DNA.
I
We were
said that, sugar.
sexualized for the longest, huh? I didn't hear you,
I
baby.
said that when I went into my pastor's office to get delivered, and I was shunned for it. And I almost committed suicide, unaliving that day, because just what you said, I said, and it was not heard or taken in. No, it wasn't, nothing was done. And that's, I sat in that church and watched that pastor preach the same thing that you just said. And it made me sick to my stomach to know that somebody played with me and are playing with others like that under the guise of the Lord, because you just said what I've been knowing my whole entire life, and what I said when I went in that room to get deliverance from this thing that I'm experiencing. And I got told to shut up. You're being your issue is not the DNA. Your issue is your disobedience to God. So I just wanted to say that, because I've been saying that my whole entire time I've been investigating this. I knew it was in the DNA. I've been around it. Like I said, it affects me so much where I had no choice but to try to figure out what is going on, because
Yeah.
you just don't understand. So thank you for saying that. Thank you, sugar.
I'm sorry, charging y'all. I'm joking. I'm joking. But even who, it's good that we take these trips back down memory lane, and I always make sure I do that. And being that, hey, Madari, being that we was talking about Juneteenth, right? This is our history, so Juneteenth will be considered our history. So this is why I'm talking about it, right? Even though we were freed here, everybody thought we was free July 4th. Well, whoop, whoop, whoopie doop. No, that's when their war was over, not ours, right? But again, people didn't read into that, right? They didn't read into it. That's when the war was over. Not that had nothing to do with the slaves, right? So I'm reading my books. I'm like, well, where does the slaves fit in? And I got older, I realized, okay, I knew I wasn't crazy, but okay, all right. So again, I show these things to show you why we so sick today. And maybe a lot of women, when they do these videos and stuff, they're not articulating it right. When that we're so sick, we saying we want to like decenter the men, we want to separate from the men, but they're not saying it right, because they don't they all
Right.
they know is how what their man is saying. But we done had enough, and they thinking it is just them. No, it's been century after century. God damn, we need a break. So that's why some women, they can't wait to say I flaunt and make my own money. They're not doing that to make the man feel bad. It's just that we never did that. God damn. Right? We always got to do favors for, like, just to not get beat that day, Same thing.
Right.
We don't like the over sexualizing what they're doing to the. I'm so sick of twerking and the butt cheek. But again, they're that people on the higher pyramid, they're still just like these are our ancestors. Them slave masters are their ancestors.
Yep.
And y'all keep forgetting that. Not you guys, because you guys are smart. But y'all keep forgetting they have ancestors too. And you ready? Oh, women keep the great in themselves. They doing because their ancestors say, hey, to get this money, get this video, to be treated right, or whatever, this is what you have to do. It's the same shit. favors. Same thing. That's their ancestors.
Absolutely.
We keep worrying about our, and we forgot them are their ancestors, their masters, them are their children.
Yep.
No, we haven't developed it. This is what's forced upon us. You know, a lot of them didn't get no necessity out of it. They just had to do it, right? And only difference is you slept in the house instead of you slept in the house. But what's the purpose of sleeping in the house? I'd rather sleep out there with the rest of the slaves because that his wife gonna treat me like shit, right? So she ain't really win, right?
Right.
She didn't win, but you know, at least it probably didn't have that smell to it or whatever. Who knows? So let's go again. But hold on, I want to get into the part 2. Then I'm gonna get back to part 1. But I wanted to start back with part 1 because I wanted you to see that it's all the islands, right? It wasn't just America. I wanted you to see why are you stuck now? Okay. Okay, here we go.
Master's wife.
Magnesium for constipation? This is the truth about what it will do. It's still hard to believe that I had 20 pounds.
Sexual exploitation of enslaved women can be situated on a spectrum of experiences that overlapped or changed for each woman who experienced it, ranging from violent penetrative rape to other forms of sexual harassment to formalized concubinage. Just as men's sexual harassment varied, so did enslaved women's responses to it. The history of slavery in the United States is a dark and painful chapter, marked by the exploitation, dehumanization, and brutalization of African Americans. Within this harrowing narrative, the abuse suffered by Black female slaves at the hands of white men stands as a particularly egregious and overlooked aspect. In this video, we are shedding light on this haunting reality, exploring instances of appalling mistreatment, and highlighting remarkable cases that underscore the resilience and strength of the individuals who endured these horrors. Welcome to yet another episode on the untold abuse of Black female slaves by white men. Before we continue, do not forget to support our efforts by pressing the like button in front of you. Also,
did y'all hear what that man said? Hit that like button in front of you. Didn't hit that like. Please hit that like. Let's get these likes up.
Bush babies, come out the bushes and hit the like button, please. And thank you kindly.
And my replay gang. And if you're watching, it's my if you didn't hit the like replay gang, hit the like. Let's go.
So, share with family and friends to keep spreading our eye-opening Black narrative. And subscribe. Abraham Lincoln had just issued the Emancipation Proclamation. It would still be another 18 months until freedom finally came for the 4 million African Americans held in bondage in the United States. The status of these people as non-human was so ingrained in the American psyche that even the rape of an enslaved woman could only be brought to court if it was considered to be a trespass on someone else's property. On the other hand, a man's rape of his own enslaved woman could not be a crime. After all, a man is free to do what he likes with his own property. It was this very aspect of enslavement that led to former enslaved woman Harriet Jacobs' lament. Slavery is terrible for men. but it is far more terrible for women. In recent years, genealogists looking into the ancestry of America's First Lady found Michelle Obama was the great-great-great-granddaughter of an illiterate field slave from Georgia named Melvinia, who gave birth at age 15 to a child by a white father.
That was supposed to be my name.
Most likely to be the slave owner's son. As stories such as Melvinia's are largely lost, it is unclear how many Americans, now living as white or black, have African American ancestors who endured some form of sexual abuse. What we do know, from the prevalence of references to this in the testimony of former slaves, is that either sexual abuse was a common occurrence, or the cases that occurred were so traumatic and the fear of abuse so great that these former slaves were unable to omit it from their description of enslavement. An enslaved woman was a sex tool beneath the level of moral considerations. She was an economic good, useful in addition to her menial labor for breeding more slaves. To attain that purpose.
See, the woman is the money. That's
Right.
why when I see the black women, I understand it, because I keep telling you, we are sick. But when I see these young women like on the Fresh and Fit, I'm like, again, we got to separate. We've been used since day one. And to constantly get disrespected, it's a shame that that's all women know. Because we have been beaten, battered, abused, babe, essay, whatever you can name happened to us. So that's why the women can sit there on these shows and still be disrespected. Be called all kinds of bees or whatever, just to be on that show, not knowing that they are the ones who make the show. People tune in really to see them get disrespected. And because the man was emasculated, he always has to prove he's a man. They're still doing that today.
Right.
The man, I'm a man. Because that white man said, you a woman. If y'all was watching earlier, he said, basically, you a bitch and you my bitch.
Yep.
Nigga. Just
Yep.
like that.
Yep.
So now they on a fight, but they don't understand why they have to do that. Because again, it's in their DNA. It's in their DNA. They fight even through slavery. I'm a man. Even till today, I'm a man. You do not hear no other race tell you all day, every day, I'm a man. You hear the black men say that. And they can't understand why. Because they demasculate you, castrate you, and all of that. And even if you read it and you know the information, you don't see, hey, I still have that in me. Why do I keep doing that? Why do I keep abusing my women? Because they can't go abuse they women. Because I'm still sick with what they did to my forefathers. Watch your tone when you're talking to me. Or soon as a woman say something, smack. They don't understand why they are so abusive. And then they want to go after the same women and abuse them more instead of showing them love. And they want to teach us how to be women, because you can never teach us. You got to teach yourself how to be a man first before you teach us how to be the woman. You got to get all of that out of your system, because your oppressor, you want to like a man in front of your oppressor. The oppressor already called you a bitch. He already called you a woman, right? So you ain't never going to prove that, because again, that's their forefathers. Their forefathers sat there and said, "Listen, these are what they are, right? This is how you treat them. This is the game. This is the play. You keep doing the play." A woman should never have to act a certain way for a man to respect her. I get what they're saying, but they shouldn't have to act a certain way, because that's all they know. If you love them, they would do better. Same way if we love you, God, but we're not giving each other a chance to love one another through this atrocity environment that was brought upon us. We
Right.
don't know how to love each other through it, right? Women have to constantly say to them, "Oh, you such a man. Oh, the man." We got to keep telling them this shit every goddamn day if you married or whatever. "Oh, you look good, honey bun, husband. Oh, you so strong. Oh, you can fix." And that's my man. And the man is the head of the household. The man eats first. The man this. We have to keep constantly saying this shit over and over and over to keep, but they don't understand why. See, we understand it because we know that they emasculated you and stuff. But all goddamn day we gotta keep reminding them. Why do we gotta keep reminding y'all a man? Right? Don't y'all know this? But of course
Right.
they don't. They don't understand. But again, it's in their DNA. I don't care what show you watch, from the angry man to this man, they all have to keep proving they are a man and letting us know they are a man. I can see that, right? I want to say I can see that, right? But they don't get it. And then on the flip side, they can't say, "Hey, she doesn't want to give up her body," but that's what they always made her do. Let me love on this woman. No, what they do, slut, bitch, hoe, pass. She's a pass around. Like, it went from them abusing us to we are abusing us. They don't have to abuse us anymore. They don't have to. We're doing such a thing. They messed us up so bad. We so sick that we do it so good ourselves. And a lot of these young girls, they don't know better. They don't know no better. And we want to cut them down, and we want to take them out and disassociate ourselves from them, not knowing that that's our grandmother, great grandmother. Their genes is in these young girls.
Yes.
These same women, it's absolutely wrong. That's why I keep saying we're sick. That women got so used to the oppressor coming to take their little daughters out, go out there and have them, and they didn't know how to stop them. So today, what do women do? They let these men mess with their kids. They don't know what to
Yep.
do, because they never had a man in the house, and they cannot understand why. That's why we have to. We ain't getting no reparations. We already spoke upon that, Julie. It ain't coming. It's coming, but it ain't coming to us, right? But if we don't sit back and really watch these shows and say, "Hey, how do I get that out of my system?" Right? And it's hard to do, because if you do it and the people around you don't do it, that means I'm the only well person around a bunch of sick people.
Right.
Right? That don't go together neither. That don't go together neither. So I'm the only one fixed. So what I'm supposed to do about me being fixed now? Because everybody else around
Right.
me is like, what are they like? Okay, I'm fixed. So now if I have kids, and now that I'm fixed, I'm raising them a good way. But everybody they meet is sick.
Yep.
What do you do? People want to be so educated. If I hate people that's so educated, but then you want to disassociate yourself, not from the people who's educated, depending on the subject, but this is from the people who is still in their system. Them the ones you're supposed to grab and hug and say, baby,
Right.
it's another way. Let's try this way. Let's do it this way. Let's teach them some. But even before, people always claiming love yourself. Again, that's a beautiful thing to say. But how about love on them first? Sometimes you gotta love on them first. That some people you can't learn. Sometimes people have to teach you how to love. People say, well, you need love. We can say that all day. Love yourself, love yourself. If you don't know what the hell it is, what you gonna teach yourself for?
Exactly. How you gonna teach yourself if you don't have the tools to even know what they are, what love really is?
So the people who have not been that much, who haven't been that much damaged, you supposed a sexy red, go love on her. What's the other one with the orange looking here? Go love on her. Stop making 50 videos about her. Because just like them women, they don't care what you're saying because, again, they've been taught to do these things. They've been sexualized. We've been sexualized since day one. We've been sexualized. That's all they know. Why? Because their forefathers, they figure, well, shit, I'm looking at what my great granddaddy looked at. I'm looking at some cheeks there. They saw our cheeks then. Why would they stop now? If they saw our busts, they used to have us walking around with no bra on.
Right.
Why would they stop now? Why would they grandkids? Why would they stop? Great grandpa seen it. So of course, for us to get in this entertainment world or whatever, because it's a world for everything. All right, but Derry, night. Why would they bring you up in there and not get the same spoils that their ancestors got?
Right, sugar.
Poor black girls, they don't know no better. Because you have your set of ancestors, they have their set of ancestors. And they're telling you for you to come up in here, oh, you got to change the way you dress. That's what their ancestors had them. They learned that from their ancestors. That's why, what's that girl name? Damn it. I can't think of her name, but she now has a concert. Megan Thee Stallion. Like, listen, Megan, no, I want that up a little bit more, shirt down a little bit more provocative, right? Because they following behind their ancestors. So they have been sexualizing us up until today. But what we do, we talk about them. You know why? Because ain't nobody show them a better way. Ain't nobody show them no love. In their mind, they're getting that money. A lot of things doesn't make it right, doesn't make it wrong. But we got to remember, we just can't speak upon our ancestors. We got to speak upon their ancestors too. And for them to work with you, I want to see the same damn thing my great grandpa saw. I want to see your butt. I want to see your titties. I want to see you moving around the floor. I want to see you twerking. They've been doing that since then. Why would they stop now?
Right.
They made sure your living conditions looks just like theirs, where you want a way out. Your living conditions just fucked up. They ain't gonna give you no good living conditions. To make sure, you got to go out and get that money. And they know we all sick. They know you probably been touched by uncle. You probably been touched by a father because they put that in them.
Yep.
They know that The only thing that you got going for you is your body. So come on over. They made it like that to keep sexualizing the black female. They made it like that to keep sexualizing you. Too. We're not the only ones twerking. You got a lot of Caucasian girls and other girls too doing the same exact thing. They're not being talked about like we are.
The master mated her promiscuously according to his breeding plans. The master, his sons, and other members of his family took turns with her to increase the family's fortune and to satisfy his extramarital sexual desires. Guests and neighbors were also invited to this luxury. To combat the high rate of death among slaves, plantation owners demanded females start having children at the age of 13. By the age of 20, the enslaved women would be expected to have about 5 children.
Now, can you imagine that? By 13 years old, they started having, by the time, and I don't know where Nick is at, but that's the same thing that witch, that fucking wicked witch said, Crimson Tide. She said them young girls should be married. By the time they're 18, they should have 3 kids. You can't tell me that's not a goddamn mammy. I'm gonna go dig through my videos. Miss Leo, you should remember that. You should remember when I played that hyena chick, Miss Leo. You was around. I gotta find that and put both together, so you can see how that hyena is. But the men praise them, think about they good women. Yeah, You know I'm not lying. She know I ain't lying. So now they got these women working too. That's what that hyena said. Same thing the goddamn oppressor said. So did that come from a traditional black man house, or did that come from the oppressor? You know what? These dudes wouldn't have to pay off child support if they stayed with the women that they already made. This back in them days, them children wasn't even claimed. Them kids wasn't claimed at all. Right? The if you was babe, they wasn't claiming your kid. And if you was a black man, they took the black man away from the kid. So it was just the mama and the kid, right?
Right.
I got to find that, and I'm gonna put both of them together, cause that hyena chick, And you look at it, her and Reva, they make a lot of money. They make a lot of money because the black man, remember, they took the manhood from y'all, so they're feeding your ego, throwing these women under the bus, but telling us the same bullshit that the oppressor told us. That's what this Crimson Ties do. That's what the Reavers do. That's what all these little dumbass bitches do. Yes, I can say that. They trying to change. No, what the fuck you saying can't change? It's sad, but this is in our DNA. You can't undo what the oppressor have done. You can't undo it. That got to digest out of our system.
Absolutely, sugar. Absolutely.
We got to have a sisterhood going. We got to leave these men alone. How about that? Don't push us to get. Why would you have two sick people get the fuck together? Sorry, YouTube, but I ain't getting that from this video.
Right.
But what Julie gave me, and I'm so thankful, Julie. You're paying for this video right now, and I appreciate it. I totally appreciate it. Right? Appreciate you to the T for always supporting the channel. So you want a man who's got a proof here, man, and you want us to change to go back to doing this? This is what Crimson want and Viva want, whatever the heck her name is. This is what y'all women who's always talking about, even that other one who they always want to cook and clean. All this is what you want us to go. This is what you want us to go back to. Except for you got your men twisted, because we did that for the oppressor. You got your men confused. We didn't do that for the black man. We did that for the oppressor. You got somewhere you got your lines got crossed. And you want us to do this for the black man, which ain't nothing wrong doing it for the black man. If you are doing it and you're happy, continue to do it. I'm not going to tell you not to. But these women sit up there. They know the history. They know we sick. So why are you forcing us to get married and give these men nothing but babies while we give them peace and give them this and give them that, when the fuck we never had peace? We ain't never had a break. Nothing but abuse and abuse and abuse on top of women. Then you listen to these men keep bringing up that welfare shit. Nigga, you wasn't born. It didn't disrupt your family. And if you were born, that's how you ate, bitch. Daddy wasn't there. The black woman is black. Okay, please. That's why I say just leave us alone.
Please and thank you.
Leave us alone. And it has nothing to do with them. It's the fact that we are two unhealed people. This shit is all in our DNA. We had a little window of time, and I showed y'all a whole video. Grandma was not happy. Everything grandma, great-grand, everything they did, they was forced.
Yep.
But we expect them to be good mothers. Because we did not know. We didn't know.
Nope.
My mama didn't know. My grandmama didn't know. She didn't know. Mama didn't know this is why grandma treated her like that. Grandma didn't know this is why grandma treated like that, and so on and so on and so on. Nobody didn't know why mama couldn't give us that love, but she loved everybody. But came home and beat the kids. It was like back then, kids was just born to do a job. You wasn't even born to be a child. You were born to be an extra in the whatever you had to do. Like they said, the more kids, the freaking merrier. You were born, that's all the kids was born to do, was born to work. They didn't have machines and all that stuff. They had to use human beings. The more kids you had, the more work got done. Where does the love come in at? You working 13 to 15 hours a day, and you had to do it pregnant. God damn it. Oh. Like I said, these videos that I basically play is so you can take time to love somebody, and maybe
right,
you'll get love back. Like a lot of these little young girls, stop calling them names. Yes, I know what they doing is despicable. No, I do not like it, but I know where it stems from. We are not supposed to like no parts of what these kids are doing. But we got to know where it stems from. Because they don't know why they're doing it. a lot of these artists, we may not like what a lot of these artists is doing, but we forget who their forefathers are. We forget. We forget they forefathers sexualized us. So are they. They wanted to get work done. They doing it to get out of poverty. I want to think positive aspects of society. We're supposed to, Julie. Actually, we are supposed to. And that's what I'm trying to push to. You're absolutely right. We really have to do that. And we got to stop. One of our things where it's not going to stop because this game been played for hundreds and hundreds of years. We're not going to stop it. But if we can get one not to go on Fresh and Fit, right? If we can get some women to say, hey, these men is disrespectful. I don't want to be seen with them, right? Even the black women. Why are you on that Adam 22 show? Why? Why are you on all these shows that their show is about disrespecting you? You can't even go on these people's shows without looking slutty. They won't even allow you in unless you're looking slutty. Because you make the show. So they got you looking like a slut. And on top of that, treating you like a slut, talking to you like a slut, but they get all the money. And they know you ain't got to come and find another one. Why? Because their manhood was taken. And they got to go every fucking day showing you they're a man. Ridiculous. But again, I get it. I'm not holding nothing against nobody. But I want you guys to let it go. However how you was treated, let it go. They didn't know no better. And these are the things we should have taught the younger kids so they can let it go. So they can have a productive life. We'll learn how to protect our children better. Now that you know these men are going to do anything and everything possible every day to prove that they are a man. Now you have to say, listen, we are sick. Maybe I need to be by myself until I find a man that's not sick. You understand what I'm saying? Or if you break up with your kid's father, hey, maybe you don't need no man in that house. You don't need that stepfather because he has to prove that he's a man. And don't forget, he got bait too. And that's why men love running trains on women because they fucking did it then. Hey, gather up, gather up, gather up. Watch this big grown ass man break the virginity of this baby. And they all gather around and seen that shit. How disgusting can that be? And everybody gather around to see that shit.
Right.
To watch a little girl get her cherry by a big grown ass black man. And after that point, once it happened enough, I don't care how old you are, you get used to it. And this is where you get the little hoes of the night, or girls, as you want to call them, fast. Because they don't, if you got abused too much when you young, like anybody else, you get used to the sex. Regardless if it came to you in a good way or a bad way, you get used to it. That's why I don't be like so quick to call somebody promiscuous and all that other stuff. I don't like to do that. I'm like, listen, they done got used to it. Shit, what you gonna do? They got used to it. and there's no feelings involved. You know, sometimes they got used to it. It's a stress reliever, whatever. But love on them. A lot of girls change their lives. A lot of them change their lives. But
Yeah.
it's bad that society keep throwing it up in their face. But listen, by the time she was 20, what she has? She's up to 6 kids. All right.
An inducement. Plantation owners promised freedom for enslaved females once they bore 15 kids. If the enslaved woman
Did you hear that shit?
Yep.
You give me 15 kids. I gotta go and labor 15 times to be free. Now you know she ain't love none of them children, right? Remember, they wanted the kids for slaves. So there was no connection at all with them kids. I just want to be free, right? That's fucked up all the way. So let's carry on.
was considered pretty, she would be bought by a plantation owner and given special treatment in the house, but often subjected to horrifying cruelty by the master's wife, including the beheading of a child because he was the product of an enslaved master affair. Often, the plantation owner would entertain his friends by forcing the enslaved blacks to have orgies, and the white men often would participate in the debauchery. A certain group of enslaved women were deemed Jezebels by their owners. These women were assumed to be even more promiscuous than the other enslaved black women. And
again, I hate to keep stopping it, but ain't that
Child,
what
that
we
just
do
gave
today?
me a little pain in my chest right there. I was reaching over to grab
Mm-hmm.
me something to drink when I heard that comment.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that what we do today?
Yep.
We don't think about how we don't even. Well, you know they say go get therapy, go get fixed. Then why are you messing with it? In there? How you gonna tell somebody go get therapy?
Exactly.
And then with the next breath, come give me some. Right?
Exactly. Preach on it, talk on it, sister. Where the collection plate at?
Hey Trey. Hey Trey. Isn't that what we do today? Don't we sit up there and ruin them? And then on top of that, we want to call them names on top of it. Have mercy.
Yep.
Uh,
She
they,
either damned if she do or damned if she don't.
she said they're minding her business. All of them minding their business. And now I got you working for me, right? And then now the whole town gonna call you names from what I did to you, right? Now we're gonna call you Jezebel. Nigga, you put me in this damn shit. As you still see that they
Right.
do today.
Mm-hmm.
Entertainers, like I said, these fresh and fit shows, all these damn YouTube shows, they got plenty of names for women who didn't ask to be put in that predicament.
In that category either.
But now they got to live with, just like the girls here got to live with it. They're
Mm-hmm.
minding their business. Here come that man come creeping in her bedroom, right?
Right.
She didn't ask for that, right? But now she got used to it because at that point, just like a hooker, it's a job. It's a job. They do the job.
Yep.
It's a job.
enslaved black women, and were often subjected to sexual abuse multiple times throughout the day. While white men forced these Jezebels to have sex with them, they insisted that it was the enslaved woman's fault for being so promiscuous. The brutal enslavers would also use
Again, let me blame the women. It's the women's fault that I'm attracted to you. It's the women's fault that I forced you to do these things with me. And I'm going to give you a name. And that's your fault too. Same way the guy, Marquette, well, all the black women ain't bad, but the other black women, we got to get them back and thing and hold. Yeah, and they out of control. And they this and they this and they that. Nigga, y'all the ones screwing them. Same way these guys are screwing them. If y'all keep them your thing out of their thing, they will not be permissible.
Exactly.
I'm sick of these people. Well, let's go. Sometimes you gotta watch the fuck shit. I'm telling you gotta watch the dumb fuck shit. Because this is disgusting.
Speak on it.
Some people like to be educated. No, I can't be educated all the time. I'm sorry, I cannot. I got to watch the fuck shit too.
Yeah.
This is disgusting. Right, but let's go. Even though it's our future, it's our lives. But and again, I don't care if you're even from the Caribbean, as you see in the first one. It doesn't. It's you. It's you too.
Yep.
Black female slaves for gynecological research, all the while not providing them with anesthesia. J. Marion Sims, the father of modern gynecology, purchased countless black women slaves and used them as guinea pigs for his untested surgical experiments.
What the hell?
He repeatedly performed genital surgery on black women without anesthesia because, according to him, black women don't feel pain. Anarcha, one of those women, was an African-American slave woman who was forced to regularly undergo surgical experiments while positioned on Sims's table, squatting on all fours and fully awake without the comfort of any anesthesia. It would be more than appropriate to credit Anarcha, along with other nameless slave women, as the mothers of gynecology. Slave masters also had sex farms where they would rape black men, women, and children. The raping of black men was called buck breaking. Marriages among the African slaves were also not recognized by their white enslavers, as the slaves, females and males, remained their property, which they would use however they wanted, whenever they wanted to. The historical abuse of African female slaves has been nothing short of devastating. As early as the 1490s, Christopher Columbus established trade in sex slaves on Hispaniola. Within 25 years of being colonized, the population of Hispaniola...
Now you hear, right? The sex slaves of Hispaniola. What is that again, guys? Not What is that again?
The Americas.
Girl, let's see what the chat say. Let's see what the chat say. He said Hispaniolas. Let's go, chat. Let's go. What is that? What is that? He had the sex slaves and Hispaniolas. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all must don't be listening to me. I just said it earlier. Let's go. Give me that answer. Give me that answer. Give me the answer. I just gave y'all a clue earlier. Let's go.
Was it the Dominican Republic?
And what? Thank you, Miss Apples. And Haiti. There we go.
Sugar, I had to go back a little bit further.
It's Dominican Republic and Haiti. Not in the Haiti, but and Haiti, right? They split all they did was split the land. And Hispaniolas, they split the land. France came in and said, hold up now. They were speaking Spanish. They hold up. We want this land. They go to war. One half speaks Spanish, other half speaks French. Not the Mexicans. But at this point, nobody never hears it as one. You always hear it as either DR or Haiti. You don't hear it as when it was just one. That's why I stopped it. Now you get to hear about it when it was just one. So y'all need to get along, people. Now let's go.
natives declined, dying from enslavement, massacre, or disease. In addition to putting the natives to work as slaves in his gold mines, Columbus also sold sex slaves to his men, some as young as 9. Columbus and his men also raided villages for sex and sport. In the year 1500, Columbus wrote, "100 castellanos are as easily obtained for a woman as for a farm, and it is very general, and there are plenty of dealers who go about looking for girls. Those from 9 to 10 are now in demand." Sex slavery.
God damn it, girl. They were looking for girls from 9 to 10. From 9 to
I have
10.
no words. I have no words.
Girl, I'm right with you. I see why uh I see why a lot of women, like, even though they are, it's like they would unalive the girl child.
Right.
They'll keep the boy child because they didn't want their daughters to go through this.
No.
They didn't want their daughters to go through this. So some of them would put them in the water. Some of them would, it would be like mainly like drowning in the thing, like sticking their head under there, you know, because you knew that
Right.
9 or 10. And this is why when we hear these things today, this is their fault. And this would be considered the Spaniards, right?
Hmm.
This is what the Spaniards did to the black people. This where your Afro Latina people come from. This happened to them too. I don't
Right.
know. I don't know why everybody can't identify with the American black when the
Me.
same shit happened to you.
Right.
I'm so sick of people coming here talking about what they can't identify with. It's like that girl Twyla. Like, girl, shut up. I can't identify with y'all.
She's the
See,
African young lady, right?
she's South African. But my thing is, well, no, I am colored. Because somebody made me think called her black. I am colored. So she made a big thing out after that. But this, aren't we the same people who send y'all people money? Right?
Yep.
Are we the same people when you had the hotel with one and all this different stuff going on in South Africa?
Yes.
Aren't we the same people who had y'all back? Now,
Yes.
anytime everybody want to come here, they want to disrespect us. That's why I would not put no money in none of y'all economies. I don't care how much I like it. I'm not putting no money in y'all economy. Till you respect us. Till you respect us American black folks. I ain't giving y'all nothing.
I remember working in Beverly Hills at the Beverly Glen Hotel, and Donald Sterling owned that building. So it was a lot of people, rich people, wealthy people. So these African people had come to visit, I guess, their family or whatever. So my coworker, I guess, he was a bellman, so he was letting them on the elevator. Apparently, I did not hear. I'm a PBX operator. I'm at the phones. The African man called him the N word. They got into an argument. He came over and wanted me to vouch for him, and I told him I couldn't personally vouch that I heard that. I can vouch that we do get mistreated, but I couldn't vouch for that. That turned into a whole thing. But yes, they do call you bad names and look down on you.
Girl, they scam you and they do everything else. They don't like you. I mean, that's another whole story. Another whole entire story. Which I have did them stories on my other channel. You need to go check the other channels, my other videos out. But I understand why. I totally understand why. I
Why?
get, huh?
Can you tap into it a little bit? Not too much, so we can go over it and to show support to your other channel, but like, can you tap into it a tiny bit on why? Give us like a little taste.
They ain't never like you. They was part of us getting here.
True.
They knew we were not a part of them any damn way.
Facts.
So why would they like you now? It ain't because you're American, it's because they know who the fuck you are. Especially the West, the ones from the West. Especially the ones from the West Africa. They don't see you as obviously anybody else when they go back to their country. They may call them American or whatever, but the first thing they do is hug on you and treat you good and welcome you in. They may joke on you and say you're Americanized and this and that. But why not us?
Right.
Hello. They got paid a lot of money, then they got duped. You thought you were selling us out, and turn around and sold yourself out too. Plan ain't work so good, did it?
Nope.
There's so many people involved. Now, you want us to come back there and give you, we can't go there poor. You want us to come up there and put money into your system. Really? Y'all gotta be all the way fucked up. Put some money in our system. Love us for nothing. You only gonna love us if we have something. But everybody swear we got something.
Mm-hmm.
Come on over here. No. No. I'll come visit and come right back home. Matter of fact, I don't want to go. I'll look at pictures. Fuck it. Right? Fuck it with me. I just look at the pictures, pretend I'm there. Right? But no.
Not to sit in the picture pretending you there trolling them.
That's it. I ain't want to patrol them. I just, in my mind, I was there, and that's it. Hello. That's why. Because they have ancestors too. And some of their ancestors was kings and queens, right? So if it was kings and queens, who you think was the servants? Everybody was a king. It was
right.
Each tribe had a king or queen. We keep thinking in our mind we was king and queens. No, we were not king and queens. There were king and queens, but we were not them, and our ancestors were not them.
Right.
We was the servants of the king and queens that came from different tribes. Because remember, in Africa, it's to the point that, like, depending on how you come at me, when you like, y'all know you, I'm like, bitch, you don't know neither. You represent you don't you call yourself African?
Right.
The fuck, what is African? What is it? Because that's a white man's name. The white man that gave y'all a whole nigga continent. Y'all all see, but y'all not African. What are you? Find your identity before you tell me to find mine. Because if you would have been there, if you knew your identity, you wouldn't call yourself African neither. Because you're not. You are whatever tribe you was and whatever it was called before they colonized y'all asses too.
Right.
So they look down on our ancestors when we were over there, and that's why when they come over here, they still look down on us. They have everybody got ancestors, not just us. And you got to think about what their ancestors have done. That's why they could talk to us any type of way and no respect for us. And then they want to say because we're American. Oh, I'm gonna tell you something. You could tell who had a part in what. All you gotta do is when you ask some Africans where you're from, you go Africa. Right? Them be the ones that don't know if you know the truth.
Right.
Now the ones who did not have no part in the slave trade, they would say Kenya or Chad. Well, they don't have a problem saying what section
Mhm.
they from. They won't say
Mhm.
they African. They won't say they African. You gotta wait. Whoa. So it was you, huh? Right? I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
It was your daddy's daddy that did it. It was your pappy.
Mhm. Your ancestors. That's why people like pray to the ancestors. Oh hell no. Mhm. No,
Right.
no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Say
What's up,
that.
Lex? Lex saying, yes, hmm. Everybody got ancestors, baby. Yeah. hmm But usually, when somebody had a part of your demise, they are not going to tell you what part. They don't know what you know. They don't know. People never know how much people history somebody knows. So they're going to throw
Right.
you off. You say, oh, you pretendians. I'm nothing. I'm a regular human being. I'm a regular human being, just disgusting how
Not
much
pretending.
sick,
I like that.
just how sick from all of our past, how sick we are as people. And how can we get some of this sickness out of our DNA? And this
Yeah.
is one of the things that you wrote there, peace and love. Peace and love actually is worth more than any history book you can read.
Absolutely.
People are hurting and they keep trying to find a leader, but that leader is giving you information. We don't need no more information. It's in our DNA, right? If people ask you questions, you teach them.
What did
But
Tina Turner say? We don't need another hero.
exactly. But the minute you see them girls you want to call 304s, which we have been through all our lives, if you just give them girls a fucking hug and stop wanting to screw them, they would be a whole different set of women. Even with the men, they castrated you and everything, so they spend the rest of their lives letting everybody know they're a man, right? If we learn how to treat each other, because we all some way somehow got affected in this sickness. If you was a slave, if you was here already, regardless of whichever way you put, we're all part of this fucking sickness. And then people want to act like the sickness does not exist. It exists. It's here. You ain't got to read no book to see what the fuck is going on outside your window. You ain't got to read a book to see these videos, how men talk to women, how women talk to men. You don't have to be a brain surgeon to see how we're treating each other and we're doing the most damage. All we do is keep damaging. We've been damaged enough. And it just keep recycling and repeating itself and repeating itself. The same thing I'm showing you that happened, it's still happening now. They over sexualized us then, they're over sexualizing us now. Because that's what their forefathers did. Did y'all forget they got ancestors? A lot of people do. We're blaming them like a sexy red or whatever. We're blaming them for doing no. To get into that
Right.
business, this is what their forefathers set up.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna sexualize the shit out your ass because
Right.
that it made us money then and it's making us money now.
Right, sugar.
Technically, nothing new under the sun. It just shows up in different ways. It's the same shit. Woman, shake your ass. Shake your titties. Same shit. Same exact shit.
Same thing.
What
Different.
women doing now? Twerking? You can't even see a video without a girl breaking it down. So I'm so sick of that. But I get it, right? Like that, what's that girl? I can't never think of that girl name. With the colored hair, the color wig she be wearing, looking like a black Annie, or even whatever that girl name
Ice
is.
Spice.
Ice Spice, yeah. And then I'm like, God, if I see you dropping it down one more time, Megan and Stallion, I see you drop. But again, their forefathers set it up to your ancestors made money for me like that. So are you. So are you. Now drop it. Drop it. Shake it. I want to see cheeks and all. My forefathers seen your great grandmama's cheeks. I'm going to see yours too. And guess what? The same way they put it out to the world then, they putting it out to the world now. Everybody gather around. Watch this little young baby get, and then after we bring this little 8 and 9-year-old and break her in, then we're going to call her Jezebel. On top of that.
Right, right.
And there are plenty of dealers who go about looking for girls. Those from 9 to 10 are now in demand. Sex slavery and forced labor were among the many brutalities that Columbus and his crews inflicted on the native Taino people on the island of Hispaniola, now the site of Haiti and the Dominican Republic. By the antebellum years, the fertility of enslaved women was examined by owners to make sure they were able to birth as many children as possible. Secretly, slave owners would impregnate enslaved women, and when the child was born and grew to an age where he could work on the fields, they would take the very same children of their own blood and make slaves out of them. It was common for the slave, male or female, to be subordinated sexually to the master, even white men with enslaved African males. Scholar Bernadette Bruton has shown light upon the sexual economy of slavery. Fertility also made a slave more valuable, and therefore impregnating a slave was doubly profitable. That would be one more slave, the baby, and the slave mother would be more profitable to sell. A quote from Harriet Jacobs, a former slave, is, "Women are considered of no value unless they continuously increase their owner's stock. They are put on a par with animals."
What the science is showing us is the universe appears to be alive. It appears to be conscious.
Slave owners desired complete control and domination over their slaves, and engaging in sexual acts with them was one way to assert that dominance and proclaim to the slave that they had control over the slaves' bodies. As described by Harriet Jacobs about her master, Dr. Flint loved money, but he loved power more. Slaves were seen not as humans, but as property. Since slaves were legally owned by their masters, female sexuality was also seen as the property of the masters. James Henry Hammond, a plantation owner with more than 300 slaves, oppressed his female slaves by sexually abusing them. He also intervened in the family lives of his female slaves, with the aim of showing that could control all aspects of their lives. Slavery was an experience of mental, emotional, psychological, and physical rape. Torture came in many forms and affected both male and female slaves in various ways. When torture became too unbearable, slaves took great actions to annihilate the pain. However, these actions came at a high price, and for many, the cost proved to be fatal. Women bore many burdens during slavery. In addition to coerced labor and punishment, they had to take care of their children, their families, and they also faced the ever-present threat of sexual exploitation. In fact, many of
Now, just like today, women stuck with them damn babies throughout everything. Don't you see? Same thing we see today. You stuck
Yes.
with them babies. And you see any man in that house?
Nope.
The same burdens we had then, we got now.
We got them now.
That had nothing to do with the welfare, man. This is all we know, right? This is all we know. Abuse, taking care of kids. Abuse, taking care of kids. Abuse, taking care of kids. Abuse, take care of kids. Women, we have to separate. I'm trying to tell y'all. I mean, y'all have to. You gonna have to. And it got nothing to do with them. We got to get our mind right. So, so our future kids can be better mamas with love. With love. That's all we know. Abuse is kids. Now you wonder why that woman didn't leave that man. It's in our DNA, damn it. That's all we know. That's all we know. That's why your mama didn't tell you leave that motherfucker. Because she was getting beat and taking care of kids. Like, who was you? Hey, who is you? Like, why would I tell you different? I don't know no different to tell you different.
Exactly.
Oh, that eggplant got took, Nick. That eggplant got taken, girl. Mm-hmm. And it's like I said, I'm not blaming the man at no particular time because he was a slave too. He was a slave too. I'm not saying it, but the thing is, they talking about we turned against them. No, you would think that out of all of this, but I understand it's in their DNA. They don't know how to stick around. They don't know how to. And women are going to have to accept that. Am I saying all? No. I mean, many of them, no. But a majority of them, they don't know how to stick around because it's not their fault.
It's in their DNA.
It's in the DNA. Thank goodness they could say what they want about being a feminist. That helped us out a lot. Shit. That made us have less kids. Shit. All these damn babies. You got a chance to work. Hey, that all the damn kids. Some
Have some
kids.
independence and some freedom.
Jesus Christ. That's why I tell women, y'all better stop. And then what do the women? That's why women, you see the women now, especially them Allen girls, they terrible. If you look at they man, just look at them. They ready to cut you.
Baby, not ready. They will. Just at the thought of it.
Yeah. Because again, they we're not used to having this traditional household that these people speak upon. As we see, let's say I'm uneducated. But as what we see, we're not used to having these traditional households. So if they get a man in a house, shit, they don't know what to do. They got a boyfriend, they don't know what to do. Even though he ain't no good. But she don't care. We don't know what that felt like to have that protection. The black women. We don't really know. We don't know. We don't know how to shut up and let the man handle it. All the things y'all want us to do, coming into this world, we haven't learned how to do that. All we learned was to do the push forward, take care of the kids, get used, get abused. God want us to do something. A lot of things that they want from us, right? It wasn't developed in us. We didn't have a loving time when we got here, loving and caring time. We didn't have that. What the black man is looking for from us, you're gonna have to be patient. Same way the black one. You
Yes, yes,
have to be
yes,
patient.
yes. Speak truth, sugar.
We have to learn these things. We got to at least see what it feel like. I mean, being authentic, not you telling us just how a woman should be. That's not authentic. That's like you put me in school, in one of them schools, right? What you call them schools?
Charm school.
Yeah, that's like you put me in charm school or something. That's not authentic. Then you're gonna say, well, we practice what's that bullshit they tell us? Oh, we practice polygamy. And that is the white man told you this. Well, didn't I tell y'all sometimes y'all gotta learn from the white man? Why do you think it's not why do you think it's not legal in America to have more than one wife? Why do you guys think it's not legal? Why do you guys think it's not legal to have more than one wife here?
To have more than one wife where in America?
Mm-hmm.
You said why it's not legal? It's legal.
It's not legal for polygamy here.
That's what I was saying. Because I don't, honestly, I don't even know, sugar. I can't answer that question. Chad, what'd y'all say?
But the white man's smart. And the white woman's smart. Remember, as you see, they fucking everybody here, right? So if they ain't paying money, they get this thing called divorce. Wow. They say I'm only gonna pay one of you bitches, right?
Right.
I'll pay one. I'll pay one of you bitches. The rest of y'all, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's why they came with the word bastard kid. I don't know your daddy is. They know who the daddy is. I don't know. Imagine he could have made it legal when you could have been married to more than one wife legally, but they all divorce your ass. You have to now pay them. See, sometimes you got to follow them. They know what they're doing. You could be polygamy all you want, but legally, none of them are your wives.
Right. Exactly.
Legally, your next of kin, if you're not legally married, would be the next kin in your blood family. That'll either
Because
be
that's why I
your
was
child.
like, you saying that it's legal. I didn't know it was legal. That's why I was like, oh, hold on, maybe I'm getting it wrong. But no, they can't. You can't do that. And then don't they call that a bigot?
They say it. They only say it because them white men worry about that. That Caucasian man worrying about his money, which ain't nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But as you see, they fucking up a storm, right? So they don't not believe in having extramarital affairs. But I'm not paying all y'all bitches, right?
Exactly.
That's how they say it, not me. I'm only gonna pay one, and the white lady like, oh hell no, it ain't gonna be no we, my ass. When you go and kick the bucket, I'm getting all the land. All no, I'm not
Right.
sharing shit. That Caucasian lady said, I can't go for that. No. But here y'all go. Y'all want to follow something that's not Other people look at me. No, now polygamy has turned into working for the man. I'm like, how did y'all let that switch up? Polygamy, the man had to work off all these women. But I'm just
Right.
explaining why it's not legal here. That white women like, because usually the men usually kick the bucket first. She ain't sharing shit with the next bitch. I don't think so. I don't care if you got his kids or that's your problem. That's why don't take your little bastard kids. Sorry, there's nothing for you. Goodbye. That Caucasian woman wasn't playing. But us black women to go for it though, right? Oh, sure, let's all get together and kumbaya. That Caucasian was like hell to the no. Even the ones, even now we do have them done illegally here by Caucasians. But legally, something happened to that man. All of them, he could have a million kids. All them kids ain't blessed. That legal wife is the one who's going to say who get what. They always got that one legal wife.
Yep.
That's the one whom he wants to really take care of his business. Even though she may get
Mhm.
old, he may get the younger girls, he may not love her no more, and he probably fell in love with the younger one. But if that
Right.
man kicked the bucket first, that young girl asses the fuck out.
Yep.
Take you and your kid, goodbye. Off my land, please. But us black people, like, yeah, that's what we do. Y'all better see what that white lady said. This and fire. Y'all better follow me. That's why they don't want us around no white women. They don't want us around them. They want you to do all these what your ancestors say. But their ancestors say you got to pay out a lot. We would not make it. There was a reason why they did not make it legal here. There's a reason. Like, I'm not paying out all these bitches. I'm not gonna do this. So either A, the man figuring I'm not gonna, if I could legally bury you, y'all all can legally come after me and gotta pay all of y'all spousal support
Right.
too. All
Right.
of y'all child support and all of y'all spousal support. Hell no.
Hell no.
With the white man.
No to the no.
Why y'all want to follow behind the white man? That white man was kind of smart. You know what I'm saying? And then if you flip it, if that man go first, white women like, remember, especially in slavery time, that's a lot of land. I'm not splitting shit. This going to be, I'm married, it's gonna go to me, and whatever kids I don't have from that man is gonna be passed down to my generations. It ain't enough to share or how I'm only speaking the way they speaking. I'm not really calling them bitches and stuff, but that's what they was calling them. I ain't no, this land is
Right.
not. This land is your land. This land is my. No, that's that bullshit. This is my land.
That bull swanky.
This ain't no. This land is your land. This land is my land. They like, oh hell to the no. Soon as that man go, they are off that. They are off that plantation so fucking fast. Make your ass swing. She may keep some, but the rest of y'all bitches got to go. Soon as that man kicked the bucket, they don't sold your ass because nope. And all your kids could be by that man, but they, she is not acknowledging none of them as what they will call bastards, dog. No. Say goodbye to your little black sister, brother. Say goodbye. No, they can't play with you no more. Papa gone. Nope. And we're not sharing nothing. The acres, the land, the money, nothing. Because land represents money.
Right, sugar.
We're not sharing. Polygamy, my ass. And then
Right.
we're gonna make sure that shit not legal here. So, you want to follow them? Say, okay. So all the rest of y'all play marriage. Y'all doing play. See, white man in the real world, we ain't doing play. Black man want to do play. It's my wife. It's my wife. That's just a piece of paper. that piece of paper mean a hell of a lot.
Hell of a lot.
Y'all want to do play. Well, if it's now, is you can write you can write your own will and all that other stuff. You can write your will or whatever. But certain things, even if you write your will or whatever, certain things the legal wife is still in control of. Now you can divvy it out or do
Yep.
whatever you want to do. But far as that house and that land, they better get the fuck out of here.
Why
Goodbye.
you think Rita Marley kept the Marley name so long?
Hello.
She wasn't dumb by a long shot, baby. Believe that.
Yeah, he had all them kids, and they still gotta submit to her. She have to give them permission to use
Yep.
that family name.
Mm-hmm.
And again, he picked the women out of all the women. He picked the one woman he want to, even though she got old and he's with all these other women. He knew who he wants to control his stuff.
Yep.
So all the rest of y'all playing polygamy, y'all for play. Y'all can have these babies. Y'all can do whatever y'all want to do. Y'all are nothing but a bunch of side chicks because they
Mm-hmm.
my wife. I'm not your wife, bitch. It's just a piece of paper. Okay. That's what our ancestors did. How the fuck you know what they did? How you know? Because remember, when they brought us here, we were slaves there too.
Right.
So when did this happen? They didn't sell the non-slaves. Do we have to do research on that too? I can show you. It won't be today, but I can show you. We were slaves there too. How you think them things got built by slaves? They wasn't living the life of luxury there. These are the early times.
Settlers.
This early, if you're going back to that place that they call Africa, I always call it that continent they call Africa because it's really that name don't belong to them. They had slaves there too. So when did all this beautiful
they did
happen? When was men? No, that was for the higher ups had, the women on the side. The people with the real money have more than one woman and stuff. The other women, they was just plain old cheating, right? The other men, I got so much money, what you gonna do? I got enough money for all of y'all. And y'all like, okay.
Making plans.
Right. So again,
softly on the telephone.
Here we go. We almost finished.
Of the punishments inflicted on women involved some form of sexual overtones. In many cases, it seems that the overseer or master or other white person responsible for inflicting pain would experience some form of sexual excitement. Scarce clothing because of poverty, bending over to work or lifting one's dress to keep it clean, were seen by the slaveholder in sexual terms. So Henry Bibb, an enslaved African, suggests, reporting in his narrative that a master made the comment that he would rather paddle a slave woman than eat food. Among all the punishments faced by enslaved women, whippings were...
Hold up, baby. Julie, no, your kids.
That ninja.
If you are married, even till today, they have to fight. They got to go to court legally and get what's entitled. That's just like even though Prince ain't had no kids, he ain't never seen his father kids ever. Only child he knew was from his mama. And tell me they didn't take the sister to court. You got a lot of them. Even when Anna Nicole, when that old man passed away, they had to take her ass to court.
His son took her to court.
She was that was still his wife. The kids got to fight And that's only if they wasn't considered what you call bastard kids. Sometimes the kids get whatever is left. They are entitled, but they're not entitled to the estate. The wife has the estate. They entitled to some money though, but they got to fight for that. And a lot of times the kids, by the time you finish paying off the lawyers and going back and forth to court, your inheritance is gone. You done gave it all to the lawyer.
Yep, sugar.
Now we're talking about rich men. Now, if the man is smart, like I said, he can write a will and leave it the way he want to leave it, but the wife get the bulk. The wife get the bulk. And if that wife is really good, if he got kids by other women, he can get her to leave their asses out. And again, they have to fight. That's why the older women used to tell you, don't be doing no play. Make that man marry you.
Yep.
I have known people who has been together with a mate for over 20 years. They got kids and everything. It just so happened when that man passed away, the oldest child, the oldest wanted to know because son was over 18. Guess what? She spent all that time with that man for nothing. Because, baby, when you thinking you the woman, this is why I tell women, stop listening to people. When you see like on Facebook or YouTube, well, who sits in the car first? The mother or the wife? Or who this? And the wife, I'm the wife now. She better take. Women, stop it. Stop. Let the mama sit in the front. Because not a lot of times she's going to sit in the back anyway. Stop thinking that you're over the mother, right? And then the women, if you're not married, but you thinking that you're married because you've been with this man so fucking long and you got his kids, if that man pass away, she's going to show you who is on top. I've seen it done too many times. I have seen the long girlfriend ousted out because his mama, if the mama, because sometimes, because of, drugs and shootouts and all this stuff, his mom, and guess who they treating like shit? You. Remember you thought you was on top, but you never got them papers, right? You never got them papers. You wanted to shack up. Now, mama take over. Or that oldest child you didn't like, she gonna show you too. She gonna show you a little something. Especially if your kids ain't over 18. She gonna show you a little something. She gonna take all control. It's gonna be where she wanted. She gonna do what she want to do. And guess what? You get the invitation, right? You're gonna get the invitation. You're invited.
Tell you better than she can tell you.
Right. You're invited. But it's how I wanted it. And you can kick and scream. You can do whatever you want to do, but legally. So if you messing with these men or you messing with these women, y'all better get y'all paperwork together. Y'all better get y'all paperwork together. That's like Michael Jackson kids. Even they wasn't his mama had to be put. Even they all over 18 now, they still don't got the goddamn estate.
No, Miss Catherine is still conservativeship over that.
No, they took over that. So now she's sitting up there paying bills and stuff, trying to get the shit back. It's all tied the fuck up. And all them women he had children from, they can't do nothing. Y'all better stop playing around. So y'all want to keep shacking up. No, that man, if you with a man, he don't want to marry you, let the nigga go.
Let him go and walk away.
If you don't believe in it, then you shouldn't be with him neither. The purpose of dating is to get married.
Exactly.
That's the purpose.
And that sentiment has seemed to got lost in translation. And so that definitely needs to be continued to be rung.
Hello.
Fun.
Exactly, Miss Leo. Hello. I think that y'all better stop playing. You know how it is too, especially back in the days where when your grandma and grandpa, but we didn't know that though. But they was forced to be together because she got pregnant. And then next thing you know, they realized they never loved each other, but we didn't know that neither. And next thing you know, he found someone, grandma ended up staying by herself miserable, and grandpa done moved on, but they never divorced.
Yep.
And they never divorced. And he was with that old, as he called his old lady, 20, 30 years.
Yeah, baby.
And he passed away. Guess what? You was with her for nothing. Because poor grandma, now get all them years he worked, grandma get it all. I remember. I went to Social Security office with somebody. And this lady was up in there and she kept giving the man his name. And she was like, yeah, that's my husband. That's my husband. And they're like, okay, but miss, I understand. I heard he passed away in Las Vegas. Okay, where's the proof? The lady didn't have no, all she got was a phone call that the man passed away. That bitch flew down to Social Security. Yo, we was up in there rolling. They that you have any? Nah, I just got a phone call. I'm the legal wife. I'm the legal wife. But the thing,
the wife.
They were like, well, miss you, we need to, something. She wasn't trying to hear nothing. That was funny as hell. Like, yeah, that woman thought she was on Las Vegas, who he was with. Nah, that goes to the legal wife. The legal wife don't got nothing to do with how long y'all stay with each other, how long it just says legal. That's it.
Right.
That's all it represents.
That's all the government acknowledges.
Sure did. And she was just in the news last week about, back taxes. Yeah, Jack. I was cracking up because at first I couldn't understand what that kept saying. Well, damn it, she ain't got no proof. She was holding up that lie. She was like, well, check a Social Security number and check this and check that. I'm telling you, the man is dead. The man is dead. I was like,
cracking up.
I was rolling. And then, as she's waiting, she was like, that man never was shit. Right? She was like, well, I'm going to get mine now. Right? I was like, I ain't mad at you. I am not mad at you. But again, they talk about, the European, listen to the white man. Yeah, women, listen to them. You get married for real. Get that paper for real. Stop sitting all in the house talking about we all one. That's a bunch of bullshit. Bullshit. If you want to live like that, that's fine.
Right.
But that's for play. We all want my ass.
Baby,
women
still married and have an insurance policy on them.
I mean, that's the real worst. People don't think about it. That man getting old and stuff gonna change and all. They don't think about all of that. They're thinking about the now. God forbid after that man, who they're gonna be all looking in the walls and the floors and everything else. We got money here, that right? Because there's nothing legally that ties them to get anything. There's nothing legally that ties that.
Nope.
But again, if you want to live like that, just say that's how you want to live. If you don't mind sharing it, man, go right ahead. Right ahead.
Better than having a piece of man and having a no man at all, baby. I ain't with that. I want the full steak. full
uh,
course meal.
do whatever y'all want to do. And I'm like, see, I'm at the age, I wouldn't care if all your information is correct. The mine's is totally wrong. I'm at the age I don't care, right? I, I I've been around longer than you. It doesn't matter how much you studied. I've been around long and I done seen some shit, right? You may be reading about the 70s, but I was there in the 70s, right? I don't care what you read. I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. I know what my mother told me. I know what my grandmother told me, right? You reading about it. I was there and I got
Right.
firsthand stories, right?
Okay.
There's nothing you could say that could convince me of nothing. Nothing. I don't care. Right? Go do live y'all do you. You ain't gonna convince me how women should work. Give that woman some love. Then you ain't got to tell them about how
Amen,
she should work.
sugar.
Give her some love. She'll give you 20, 24, tenfold. But if she cannot, you may have to let her go. Cause I keep telling y'all, we sick. We are sick. And she does need to get herself healed. But don't abuse her more. That's just the point I'm saying. Don't embarrass her more.
Right.
Don't abuse her more. Don't call. She already been through enough. Let her go in peace.
Right.
You ain't gotta call all the homies to say, hey, if I hit it, now you hit it. You ain't gotta do all that. And then you think it's okay. And then these women, other women, who thinking, not me, I'm like, you should be the main ones giving them love because some way down the line that sickness passed you or you got over that sickness.
Right.
Heal the next one. Instead
Right.
of, well, that's why the black man, this woman even had audacity. But in this is what the Dominican woman had. I don't give a shit about what the next woman got to say about us black women. Why do we care? Y'all went through the same thing. Maybe y'all forgot.
Exactly.
Maybe y'all not as vocal as us. But so I don't know why y'all think we care. This is why we can't keep a black man. But remember, black men better remember that when it comes down for the reparations. You better remember all this shit you talking and all you doing that you don't keep diluting your
Right.
your melanin, and you want to think about why when they do give out the reparations, where it's going to first. That one,
Mhm.
the 1%, that one drop, that's where your reparations is going to the one drop. Get ready. Get ready. That done mixed so much. And see, some of the Caribbean people, see, they smart because if they mix with us, they might could get some of our respirations.
Right.
Why would that be?
You said why would that be? Because they what? Because they would be mixing their blood back with ours, and it would make their the bloodline stronger.
Sort of, kind of. You there? You right there? You right there? But it's not because of their blood is stronger. It's because we are the same.
Right.
And you got to remember, once you do ancestry, it doesn't say Trinidad. It doesn't say Jamaica, right? It'll say like
Yeah.
some part of East Africa or something like that. Being that we are the same, right? So our traces will be the same. It wouldn't be making it stronger,
Right.
but like you're not going to see American in our blood, right? You're not going to see America, Trinidad, Jamaica. You're not going to see none of that.
Right.
So they're kind of smart because if they do do a trace, the tracer when they say what parts of which countries you come from. Remember, all that's documented, isn't? And y'all got all that already. So y'all might get over because we are the same. So if we both came from the same part of some part of of West Africa. Just because they dropped you here and dropped you there, we're still in the same bloodline.
Yes.
So unless, so they may not be able to get it, because if their birth certificate doesn't say United States, but their kids may get it if they mix, because now their birth certificates will say United States of America.
Right.
See, this is why they're taking a long time, because everybody gonna get a piece of our money. Everybody getting time to get down to what our forefathers really died for and everything. But y'all, I want to mix. Go right ahead. Remember all that shit. Remember all of that. So if your child, all these people, but you got Elon Musk that is African American. But we almost finished, y'all. I did not mean for this to go this long, but let's go ahead.
The most common, or at least made of plaited cow skin. Some overseers report that it was so strong it could take the skin off a horse's back or lay marks in a deal board.
Ooh.
At times, women ran away to protest whippings or escape other mistreatment.
Ooh.
Running away was looked at as a serious crime, and many slaves were punished in various ways.
Ooh.
Some female slaves were punished so badly that they were left to die.
Ooh.
An observer remembered a woman lying down and groaning. Her left side, where she had been most whipped, appeared in a most mortifying state and almost covered with worms. Slave owners and overseers also assaulted enslaved women with ebony brushes, which were known to be far worse than thorn brushes. The back of one slave woman in Jamaica, flogged with such a brush, was described as being taken off down to her heels. Some women ran away while others destroyed the planter's property. Killing livestock, field, was one such form of active resistance. They faced horrific punishments if caught, including the cutting off of ears and the pulling out of teeth. Women who resisted by raising their hands to the master, or any white person for that matter, were punished severely. If not by death, their hands would be amputated. This form of amputation would also be administered to slaves who stole. At Malmay Bay in Jamaica, a female slave with but only one hand, the other having been cut off, was as a reason for being accused by a white woman of striking her. In some cases, enslaved women did commit no offense, but planters were most of the time blatantly sick and sadistic in the severity of the actions that they took. Physical punishment most times resulted from women's refusal of slaveholders' sexual advances. Many folks alluded to this violence when interviewed by the WPA. She attested that an overseer tied up and whipped her mother naked until blood gushed out of her skin.
Oh my God.
And when she asked her mother what she did to the overseer to make him beat her that way, the mother answered, "Nothing." Little did she know, as she soon discovered, that her mother had been going through such horrid torture because she refused to be a wife to this man. In one case in Jamaica, a narrator describes a slave woman screaming and suspended by her wrists on a tree. She swayed back and forth. The observer saw no sign of whippings, but upon looking closer, he was horrified to see that the master was seemingly motionless and was holding a stick of fire in his hand, to which he occasionally touched her with it as she swung. One might be curious as to what type of person was behind this kind of abuse. Was it only men, for instance, who carried out such tortures? In fact, white women also practiced and performed the acts of punishments. One would think that because of their gender similarities, the white woman would have some form of compassion and pity for the unfortunate slave woman. However, many whites during slavery in the Caribbean apparently did not consider slaves to be human. Domestic slave girls were the ones most often subjected to abuse by the white mistress in the home. These women were not viewed as women in low order, Blake reminds us, but women of respectability and rank. Another form of domestic punishment inflicted by white mistresses on enslaved women was to have the domestics kneel with their bare knees on pebbles and work at the same time in that manner. In one graphic incident, 2 white sisters in Barbados were displeased at one of their female slaves. With their own garters, they tied the young woman's neck and heels, and then beat her almost to death with the heels of their shoes. One of her eyes continued a long while afterward, in danger of being lost.
The best business to start this year is what I do, and it got me all of these awards and accreditations for doing over 60 M's in my online.
Many women were unable to escape enslavers' sexual assault, particularly without being beaten as a result. Women who labored in plantation homes were at particular risk of sexual predators because they worked in close proximity to white men. A sexual assault victim as she entered just her 15th year, Harriet Jacobs described her disgust for her enslaver, Dr. Flint, and mentioned her attempts to turn to her mistress, Mary Norcom, for support. Instead, her jealous mistress responded with hostility and anger. Norcom's response was typical of white women who regarded the real victims of sexual violence as Jezebels, the invented hypersexualized persona whites ascribed to enslaved black women. The actions taken by the planter class or other whites at the time depicts the ill mentality and immense hatred possessed for the blacks, whether male or female slaves. But chaotic punishments and assaults, unmentioned though they were in legal laws or rules, singled out women for the worst treatment of all slaves. The female slave's misery was endless and her fate uncertain, for she had even more to bear than the male slave. However, transitioning from the broader context of slavery's grim tapestry, we now shift our focus to the ghastly experiences of specific women in this dark history, who, in the unforeseeable suspense of time, never knowing what was coming for them, were sadly overtaken by the untellable, sickening oppression that comes with colonization and slavery. While some survived and told their story, others died, and it wasn't their fault they couldn't make it through. One of these remarkably sad encounters ever to take place in the history of slavery is the case of young Celia. The story of Celia is very not good. For 19-year-old Celia, a slave on a Missouri farm, 5 years of being repeatedly raped by her middle-aged owner was enough. She would take no further. Celia was executed for defending herself from the further harm of sexual abuse in the cruel hands of her master, Robert Newsom. Now let's see reasons with Celia by knowing her story. Around 1820, Robert and his family left Virginia and headed west, finally settling land along the Middle River in southern Callaway County, Missouri. By 1850, according to the census, Newsom owned 800 acres of land and livestock that included horses, milk cows, beef cattle, hogs, sheep, and 2 oxen. Like the majority of Callaway County farmers, Newsom also owned slaves, 5 male slaves, as of 1850. During the summer of 1850, Newsom purchased from a slave owner in neighboring Audrain County a 6th slave, a 14-year-old girl named Celia. Shortly after returning with Celia to his farm, Newsom raped her. That was a first, but definitely not a last. It immediately became apparent to Celia, however, that Newsom had purchased her primarily to serve as his concubine. For female slaves, rape was an ever-present threat and, far too often, a reality. Newsom had provided Celia with her own cabin, a relatively spacious and solid brick structure located a mere 60 paces from his own home. Newsom may have also deliberately separated Celia, the only black woman on the Newsom farm, from her fellow slaves to prevent her from forming friendships or alliances with them. Court records show that over the next 5 years, the rapes continued, with Newsom repeatedly forcing himself on Celia against her will. He fathered one or both of the children born to Celia between 1851 and 1854. Sometime before 1855, a real lover, another one of Newsom's slaves named George, entered Celia's life, and they began a sexual relationship. When Celia became pregnant again in March 1855, she did not know which man was the father. The pregnancy had hurt George's feelings and caused him to insist that Celia put an end to the pattern of sexual exploitation by Newsom, which had continued to that time. George informed Celia that he would have nothing more to do with her if she did not quit the old man. Celia approached Newsom's daughters, Virginia and Mary, asking their help in getting Newsom to quit forcing her while she was sick. It is not clear whether either of the Newsom daughters made any attempt to intervene on Celia's behalf, but it is known that the sexual assaults continued. In desperation, Celia begged Newsom to leave her alone, at least through her pregnancy, but the slave owner was unreceptive to her pleas. On June 23, 1855, Newsom told Celia he was coming to her cabin that night. Around 10 p.m., Newsom left his bedroom and walked the 50 yards usually engaged to Celia's brick cabin. When Newsom told Celia it was time for sex, she retreated to a corner of the cabin. He advanced toward her. Celia then grabbed a stick placed there earlier in the day. Celia raised the stick, about as large as the upper part of a Windsor chair, but not so long, and struck her master hard over the head. Newsom groaned and sank down on a stool or towards the floor. Celia clubbed Newsom over the head a second time, killing him. After making sure he was dead, Celia spent an hour or so pondering her next step. Finally, she decided to burn Newsom's body in her fireplace. She went outside to gather staves and used them to build a raging fire. Then she dragged the corpse over to the fireplace and pushed it into the flames. She kept the fire going through the night. In the early morning, she gathered up bone fragments from the ashes and smashed them against the hearthstones, then threw the particles back into the fireplace. A few larger pieces of bone she put under the hearth and under the floor between a sleeper and the fireplace. Shortly before daybreak, Celia carried some of the ashes out into the yard and then went to bed. In the morning, as Newsom's family was growing concerned about Robert's disappearance, Celia enlisted the help of Newsom's grandson, Kofi Wainescott, in shoveling ashes out of her fireplace and into a bucket. Kofi had testified later that he decided to help when the slave said, "She would give me 2 dozen walnuts if I would carry the ashes out. I said, good lick." Following Celia's instruction, Kofi distributed the remains of his grandfather unknowingly along a path leading to the stables. On the morning of the 24th, Virginia Newsom searched for her father along nearby creek banks and coves, fearing he might have drowned. By mid-morning, the search party grew to include several neighbors and Newsom's son, Harry. After fruitless hours of searching, suspicion began to turn to George, who, it was thought, might have been motivated to kill Newsom out of jealousy. William Powell, an owner of both slaves and an adjoining 160-acre farm, questioned George. George denied any knowledge of what might have happened to Newsom, but then added, suspiciously, it was not worthwhile to hunt for him anywhere except close to the house. Faced with, most likely, severe threats, George eventually provided additional information. He told Powell he believed the last walking Newsom had done was along the path leading from the house to the Negro cabin. George's comment immediately led investigators to the conclusion that Newsom had been killed in Celia's cabin. When a search of Celia's cabin failed to turn up Newsom's body, Powell and the others located Celia doing her regular duties in the kitchen of the Newsom home. Powell falsely claimed that George had told the search party that she knew where her master was. hoping this approach might prompt a quick confession from Celia. Instead, Celia denied any knowledge of her master's fate. Faced with escalating threats, including the threat of having her children taken away from her, Celia continued to insist on her innocence. She undoubtedly understood that confessing to the murder of her master would be an even more serious threat to her relationship with her children. Eventually, however, Celia admitted that Newsom had indeed visited her cabin seeking sex the previous night. She insisted that Newsom never entered her cabin, but rather that she struck him as he leaned inside the window, and he fell back outside, and she saw nothing more of him. Finally, after refusing for some time to tell anything more, Celia promised to tell more if Powell would send Newsom's 2 sons out of the room. When Harry Newsom and David Newsom left, Celia confessed to the murder of Robert Newsom. Following Celia's confession, the search party located Newsom's ashes along the path to the stables. They also gathered bits of bones from Celia's fireplace, larger bone fragments from under the hearthstone, and Newsom's burnt buckle, buttons, and blackened pocket knife. The collected items were placed in a box for display during the inquest that was to come. Acting on an affidavit filed by David Newsom, the case of State of Missouri versus Celia, a slave, has just been born. 2 justices of the peace, 6 local residents comprising an inquest jury, and 3 summoned witnesses all assembled at the Newsom residence on the morning of June 25th. While all due procedures and attestation of witnesses took place, Celia reaffirmed in court that she killed her master, but insisted that she did not intend to kill him when she struck him, but only wanted to hurt him. The inquest jury quickly determined that probable cause existed that Celia feloniously and willfully murdered Robert Newsom, and the slave girl was ordered taken to the Callaway County Jail in Fulton. Doubts as to whether Celia could have pulled off her crime without help lingered, and Callaway County Sheriff William Snell allowed 2 men, Jefferson Jones and Thomas Schoteman, to conduct further questioning of Celia in her jail cell. Celia had only additionally narrated the history of rape and sexual exploitation that began soon after her arrival on the Newsom farm. But this didn't bestir their genuine concern nor humanity. However, Celia had firmly denied that George played any role in Newsom's death or the disposal of his body. Celia's trial had come at a time of heightened tensions over the issue of slavery. In 1854, Congress had passed the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which repealed the Missouri Compromise of 1820 and allowed settlers in those territories to decide for themselves whether to permit slavery within their boundaries. Judge Hall's jury instructions made an acquittal all but impossible. He rejected all 9 proposed defense instructions that addressed the question of motive or degree of culpability. Instead of suggesting any viable self-defense argument, Hall instructed jurors that the defendant had no right to kill Newsom because he came into her cabin to demand for sex, that she's his property. Christopher Gordon, director of library and collections at the Missouri Historical Society in St. Louis, called the trial a sham. Slaves themselves. The thought of a slave, and let alone a female slave, getting away with something like this was not anything they would permit. The defense tried very hard to play on sympathy and cast Robert Newsom as a predator. But the racial politics of the day won out. Although law had come in the course of the 19th century to recognize a slave's right to use force to protect her life, it had not extended this right to include protection against sexual assault, which implies firmly that the raping of one's slave was legal. On November 1, 1855, The Glasgow Weekly Times reported that Celia had been found guilty in Callaway County Circuit Court of murder in the first degree for the murder of her master. The jury had sentenced her to death by hanging, though her case was appealed to the Missouri Supreme Court. In jail, awaiting her execution, young pregnant Celia delivered a stillborn. As the date for her execution approached, still no word had come from Jefferson City on her appeal filed in the Missouri Supreme Court. The possibility that she might be hanged before her appeal was decided seemed ever more real to Celia's defense team, and whoever else she might count among her supporters. Something had to be done. On November 11th, 5 days before her scheduled date with the gallows, Celia and another inmate were removed from the Callaway County Jail, either with the assistance or the knowledge of her defense lawyers. The defense team, in a letter to Supreme Court Justice Abiel Leonard, written less than a month after her escape, noted that Celia was taken out of jail by someone who was very much interested in her behalf, owing to the circumstances of her act. Celia was returned in late November, anonymously, only after her scheduled execution date had passed. Following her return, Judge Hall set a new execution date of December 21st, a date the defense hoped would give the Supreme Court time to issue its decision on their appeal. They were wrong. The judge was hell-bent on sending the young girl to the gallows. The Supreme Court ruled against Celia in her appeal. In their December 14th order, the state justices said they thought it proper to refuse the prayer of the petitioner, having found no probable cause for her appeal. Interrogated on the eve of her execution, Celia continued to insist that she had acted alone and that she had not intended to kill Newsom that night. Pregnant, ill, and having suffered from Newsom's abuse for more than 5 years, something inside her had simply snapped. "As soon as I struck him," she confessed, "the devil got into me, and I struck Newsom with the stick until he was dead, and then rolled him in the fire and burnt him up." Celia, still only 19 years of age, was executed by hanging on 21st December 1855. Her case, according to the legal historian and federal judge A. Leon Higginbottom, was even more venal and racist than the more famous Missouri slave case, Dred Scott versus Sanford, 1857. Unlike Scott, who was ultimately freed and who died of natural causes, Higginbotham argues, Celia was executed because the Missouri courts held that a slave woman had no virtue, that the law would protect against a master's lust. The abuse of black female slaves by white men during the historical slave era is a most distressing reality that demands acknowledgement and unhurried reflection.
Yeah, she was knocked up. And as you see, they said this is something out of all the atrocities, this needs to be talked about. Our own black brothers can't even do it.
Nope. And you see how George is the one that led them to her?
I can understand why the Caucasian people don't want to do it. They don't want to tell the truth because they don't want grandpa known as a monster. They don't want great grandpa known as a monster. They don't want no parts of that.
Right.
Of course I'm not going to tell you all the truth. And then, just like, what's that little skinny little girl name? The Hiltons. They don't want to let you know. They're talking about reparations. Shit, we own buildings. We own hotels. Like, they don't want to say, hey, I'm so sorry that happened. Yeah, but we built your shit. Like, well, where I cut? There ain't nobody trying to get you a cut and nothing. They understand our pain, but we are owed more than reparations. We are owed way more.
Yeah.
Then they want to tell you, I think, I don't know, I saw it by mistake, but what was it? Tyreek was going at it with dumbass Myron from Fresh and Fit. And to hear people say it's not a black and white thing and you could do better. I listen, I get it. But that doesn't take away from the system. What we do or don't do, that system is still going to remain the same. It was not made
Back,
for
sugar.
you. They did not bring you here for the system to work for you. But what you can do is learn some tricks from them to how to live better while you're here. Right? So even if it includes their education, then go get it. Right? Go get it. If it includes some of the tricks and trades, you may not can go far or whatever. And stop going different places thinking that, and it's racist. They don't like you nowhere, black folks. Stop it. Stop going
Right.
places complaining about the same damn thing. They was taught not to like you. But even why you here, learn. Even no, I'm not doing a polygamy. What? Because no, I want to say so, right? Or
Right.
if you don't want no say so, that's fine too. You know, like learning how to stocks and bonds. You may not become super rich, but learn some of the
Mhm.
they done left you some game. Learn
Right.
it.
Right. Right. Right.
Learn it. Stocks and bonds and stuff like that. But while you're doing that, hug up on the misguided ones.
Yes.
Love
Love.
them even if they don't change. It's okay. That don't give you a right to call them all types of bitches and hoes and such. Cause well, I'm gonna treat you like they didn't treat you no way. They're not even by you, right? Like
Right.
they
Right.
did not do you. They're living their life.
There's enough hate out here. It's time for us to show and display love.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. We're gonna have to learn how to do that because that's what was saved. That's why the generations is getting so bad
There's no love.
because exactly, and we abuse them more. We abuse them more.
Right.
So that's why they're gonna keep on giving it up for free. You know, if you know somebody's been violated, of course it makes it better for you because she is now prey. Stop making the abused people pray for your benefit.
Exactly.
Stop it. But until you stop that, you know, the abuse gonna stay in abuse. But we can, I tell people we we don't need a leader to to give somebody a hug and say, "How you doing, baby? How you doing today?" And that it could be just
Right.
that fucking simple. It could be just that simple. Even when you see like a homeless person, right? And then I was seeing some show. I think it was like it's supposed to be on that college show with Tamir Braxton, all them. And he was like, well, I'm like, for number one, you don't know how people got homeless.
Exactly.
Again, why you mad at them? Like that's their life. You still supposed to treat people with respect. You know, you want to call these girls all these names. Shit, we sick. And then you don't have no guarantees, just like no other mother had a guarantee that because they are the best parents that their kids were going to be so good.
Right.
There is no guarantees on how your kids are going to come out. There, I don't care how good enough your parents are,
No.
or how much you good as a parent. There is no
Mm-mm.
fucking guarantees. There ain't no guarantees because you the worst parent. Your child gonna follow in your footsteps neither. Nobody never know. Right? All you gotta do, nobody say give them any money. Cause see, when you are living that type of life, you know, you pick up a little bad habits. Yes, you pick up, you know, getting over and stuff. But if you just give them a sincere hug and you ain't got nothing else for them, and people treat them with respect or whatever, I mean, because if anybody come at you, anybody with me, anybody can get it. Shit, I don't give a damn, and I don't care who you are. It ain't because you're not sitting home like you're not a good woman, nigga. You ain't a good man.
Right.
So your point is what? Because you was a good man, you wouldn't be sitting about there talking about no woman and what she doing.
Right. You'll be handling your business, minding your business.
Minding your business. Shoot, people always got an excuse for why they treat people bad. Why they can get they got the right to call people names. No, nobody has that. I mean, you could do what you want.
I'm just keeping it real.
But it justifies it.
100. No, you're not keeping it real, because most times when you're saying something slick out your mouth or out of the side of your neck, you ain't looked in the mirror, and you probably got about 50, 11 things you need to do on work on yourself, just physically. And we ain't even got to the inward part, but yet you want to talk about what somebody else should do. Stop it.
Because technically, according to history, the same way you got them 304s out there because they've been sexually exploited forever, but then you still trying to be a man. What you want? I supposed to, you want me to call you boy?
Exactly.
I call you boy? Because matter of fact, you ain't even a boy. They took all that shit from you. You ain't even a boy.
Bitch that you are.
He said you're a bitch. And we didn't call you that first. Your oppressors did, right? Your oppressors did that. We didn't do that.
When they come out your mouth, it's done. It's done, son.
Mm-hmm. We ain't go. They the ones say you're a woman. That's what they say. They had you around, had you hone around town, calling you a female. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. And you mad at us? And we the number one people that's out to get you, and we destroyed the home. Nigga, we all sick. What part
Right,
of we all
exactly. I remember Jill Scott had a song when she first came out, and I think it's called Do You Remember? And she's just talking about this kind of stuff. Like, bro, I was right there with you. Like, you forgetting about us, and you know, like, do you remember? Do you remember I was right there with you?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And this is why I've decided to separate myself, because you're not going to traumatize me on top of the trauma that I'm already dealing with and working out. Go deal with your own trauma and deal with your own mess. Goodbye. I don't want to hear a sob story. I don't even want you to look my way.
Don't look my way neither.
Listen, I don't have time for it.
No, ma'am.
Go look up you and another thing, you ain't handicapped. So don't come to me talking about I need a woman to make my life better. No, you don't. You got hands. You use your fingers to type and text. You can use your fingers to look on the internet and get whatever help you need to get. You got a phone. You can call 211 just like I can call 211. You don't need me to do nothing.
I don't know. Don't even come to me. I ain't got nothing to say. Don't come. Don't come to me at all. Keep on walking.
I ain't hear you anymore.
You got to deal with black kids regardless, Julie. That's part of life, girl. That is part of life.
Bad kids come in all shades. Believe that.
Oh, I got me a trail mix of Nosy Nicky. Nosy Nick Nick. I got my trail mix, girl. It's so good. Mm-hmm.
Child, I haven't even eaten. I can't eat with stuff like this. I have to wait because I'm not finna sit there and eat my good food. I'm a foodie. I don't play when it comes to my taste buds. So no. I'll wait. I ain't even snacked on nothing.
I'm gonna be crying and snacking at the same time. Yeah, I know I eat my snacks there. I need that. I need. Nick blow me up every time. I don't care.
Oh, dang it. I left my ginger ale in the dang on freezer. I hope it didn't bust.
Mine's right here.
Damn. Let me get up.
But guys, again, before I want to choke, Nick gonna be talking about that too, right? You better let him, Nick. You better let him know.
Nick is funny.
You better let him know, damn it. You gotta let him know. Oh God, I was snapping and sipping and snapping and snapping and sipping.
But you need it anyway. You don't want to bring us the commentary. You needed to keep your strength up, child.
That's right. Yeah. Tell Nick that. Damn it.
You
Tell
put
her.
it work.
Tell her.
You deserve
Tell
it.
her. You heard that, Nick?
Nicole, I'm sending you some cookies.
But being that it was Juneteenth and I wasn't here, I just wanted to do a little. I do this anyway, but I mainly want to make sure I get it in when it's our holidays.
As always, freeze frame game is on point.
Hey, what y'all be saying? Y'all always say that. I don't know. I just be freezing it. But yo, her hand like, yeah. I got the AC up because it's too cold. Now I'm hot. That's that bullshit. That's that real bullshit. It's hot, cold stuff got to stop. It got to stop.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're going to play y'all a couple of songs and we out of here. Now I'm going to see what we're going to cover tomorrow. All right. Matt, I'm going to play y'all songs. I'm going to stop with that no good, terrible, which I always start with. That terrible, no good, terrible. She terrible. Well, let's go.
You're the glue that holds us tight, keeping us together, shining so bright. You're the one who keeps the love train on track, with a heart so pure. You've got our backs. Oh, Nick, what would we do without you? You bring the love, you bring the joy too. Through highs and lows, you're always there. Oh, Nick, we're so grateful you care. You're the light that bright desire. She's one of a kind, she's a superstar, catching attention from near and far. She's always on the move, never standing still, riding through life with a thrill. She's got that energy pumping through her veins, leaving a mark wherever she remains. Oh, Miss Right, she's the one to admire. Oh yeah, she's in a league of her own, taking us higher. Hold on tight, we're going for a wild ride with Miss Right. Let's ride side by side. Oh yeah, Miss Right. Side by side. Oh yeah. Rising up, no time to frown on like a queen. I keep my crown on, nothing can bring me down. I'm strong, Licky Sia. I'm here to stay. Don't you dare sleep on. I face the challenges that come my way. I turn every dark night into day. I won't let negativity lead the way. Lakeisha, shining brighter. You can't fade away. I'm stronger than ever. Can't you see? No matter what, I'll always be free. I wear my crown with unbreakable glee. Lakeisha rising up. Watch me be the queen I was born to be.
The king of this game, ain't no one close to my level. I bring the heat, ladder representing my rebel. I'm the best in the biz, they all know my name. When it comes to moderating, I bring the flame. I'm rolling through the chat, bringing that crunk vibe. Ain't no one catching up, they all falling behind. I keep it real, ain't no faking or pretense. When it comes to moderation, I'm the one they all commit. I'm the crunk moderator, taking control of the scene. Keeping it high, living the dream. King Kev, that's my name. And I'll wear the crown. Ain't no one better to hold it down. Hey, I'm in the club, feeling fly, feeling great. Jackie Kane, she the mom, she got that sugar love, no debate. She be dropping knowledge, always keeping it real. With a sassy attitude, she got that mass appeal. She the queen of the mods, dropping comments all day. She keeps the chat alive, ain't no one in her way. She's got that special something, making hearts skip a beat. When she walks into the room, and the whole place gets heat. Jackie Gaines, the one and only, never fails to amaze with a sharp witty humor. She sets the world ablaze. She's got that mind power, keeping the trolls at bay. Her words are lethal weapons.
In the land of real.
And we end with
There's a
me.
love that's true.
I thank you
Sugar
all
love
for being here.
is a name, spreading sweetness.
Thank you for having us, Sugar. And as always, everyone have a blessed night.
You too, sweetie. Thank you for coming.
Summer breeze, a podcast, the soundtrack to everybody's feast. Sugar love, she's the queen of soul. Ooh, yeah. The podcast, the place where the stories unfold. Ooh, yeah. News and entertainment with a touch so sweet. She's the heartbeat of the community's beat. She brings like a cup of hot tea, uncovering stories, bringing light to what we see. With her infectious laughter, she uplifts every soul. Sugar love, she's the one who makes us feel whole. She's the one who makes us feel whole. In the land of real, there's a love that's true. Sugar love is her name, spreading sweetness too. Her voice like velvet, smooth as a summer breeze. A podcast, the soundtrack to everybody's ears. Sugar love, she's the queen of soul. Ooh, yeah. A podcast, the place where the stories unfold.